And welcome in everybody for week 5, day number 2 of the BOL Premier League. I am Chong Somo, and today I am joined by not Faris, but another great caster. I got Isaac with me today. How we doing, Isaac?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I'm glad to have me on, and for this match between the Spire and Conduit Esports, both teams as we looking to try to find their way into those like back end playoff spots for the and towards the business end of the season. Both sitting on 2-2 this time around. Win here for either would be a world of good for getting them into the playoffs come the end of the season.
Yeah, we definitely got some great matches today. Like you said, today we got the Spire and Conduit going up against each other in our first series. And the second one later today, we got High Alert playing against Dorado. Those are two teams also seated super close to each other in the standings. But narrowing in on this matchup we got today, the Spire is on an 0-2 slide right now, going down without picking up a win in either of their last 2 weeks, while Conduit has been on a rise. This week, they will be playing with an E-Sub jungle. They're going to be having Black Eyed Peas in the jungle. Pine not able to make it today, and Genetics is out of town, so they got to use the E-Sub. But Black Eyed Peas is a solid jungler in his own right, so I don't expect much to change for this team. Just really curious to see how they're going to match up into the Spire this week.
Yeah, and also there's a decent amount of, in terms of matchup, there's a decent amount of overlap in terms of these champion pools. I noticed Pidaholic and Darrison, both really big fans of the mages. A lot of Syndra and Victor from Darrison. There's some variation. Pidaholic definitely has a little bit more of, I would say, did he play one? Oh, I can't remember, but I forget which other melee. There were definitely 2 or 3 Galio games in there.
Yes,
I know there was one other. I think it was like an Aurelia or something. I could be wrong with that. So a little bit more variation there, but also in the bot lane, Glada and Boostus pretty much near identical in terms of the champions that both these teams have been prioritizing for the 2 ADCs.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely looking at this bot lane matchup because their KDA is very similar, and they basically have the same amount of kill participation, Gladys being a little bit higher than Boostus, but the interesting fact is the laning stats. Boostus has a better laning phase than Glada does, but Glada still finds a way to be valuable to the team throughout the game and definitely scales up into that later game carry to help this team. So definitely a matchup to keep your eyes on, because I think that's going to be the focus of this matchup. I think the Spire is going to look to keep Glada out of the game and getting boosted that strength that he has been for this team. But Glada and Yipsy in their own right do really good on this team, just being able to absorb a lot of pressure and still being X factors come later in the game. So that's one of the matchups I'm definitely keeping my eyes on for this series that we got today.
Yeah, and just in general, ADC, I think, in since the start of the season, has been a pretty large focal point just in general. But a B1, is that a confirmed B1 choke? Yeah, it is a confirmed B1 Cho'Gath for the Spire. All right.
Yeah, I'm really curious if this is going to be Pinaholic's Cho'Gath in the mid lane, or if Winfrey is going to be playing this up in the top lane. Definitely flexible like that. But since Conduit does have that E-Sub, they do lose their first 2 phase 1 bans, but they're going to keep Witch Hat Black Mass off his Fiddlesticks. That is such a game warping champion if you don't play against it or with it. So it's definitely something to want to keep off the table if you have that as a ban. And then Spire choosing to ban away the mid lane pool from Derizen. He's been spamming this Karma in solo queue. He's also a really great Hui player, so not surprised to see those banned away. Amumu being banned away from Black Eyed Peas because Spire not wanting to first pick that one for Witch Hat Black Mass, with this being fearless and all. But Black Eyed Peas getting his Wukong. It's a strong champion in the meta right now. He's pretty good at it, and no surprise to see that one locked away. And then also Glada going on his tried and true Ashe, always going to be able to facilitate the team even if he does get a little bit behind.
Yeah, fairly safe ADC pick. I haven't seen too much of it in general, in terms of play used, but it's certainly a Glada comfort pick. And so with that taken away, the expected response, I'm sure, comes through as the Jinx. Might as well pick that one up. Don't give any response there. And with the amount of focus coming through to these bottom lanes, maybe another support coming. Not another support as we're going through, but instead it will be the Lilia for Witch Hat Black Mass.
Yeah, definitely a strong pick. I know personally that Black Eyed Peas does not like playing into this champion, so hopefully they're able to lock it down with the Wukong and the Ashe. But I know Ashe did get buffed last patch, increased damage on the QW and ultimate, so definitely can be that bigger carry than she used to be, where it kind of feels like she's strong in the early game and then just becomes an ulti bot later in the game. So maybe Glada is going to be able to pilot this one, but I'm not surprised to see the Ashe picked up. I think she is like the only pure crit marksman that is able to be played in the game. Every other strong marksman is on hit. I just think it's because of that passive that she has. That get excited reset is just so game warping and can really take over a team fight if you get one of those resets. But, you know, the Risen looking to pick away this Ahri here from Pinaholic. That is a champion that Pinaholic has been playing. And it looks like Conduit is starting to pick more of a pick comp for themselves with the 3 that they've locked away here. Going to ban away the Lulu. Such a strong pairing, Jinx Lulu. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows exactly what it does. So not surprised to see that being a target ban here for Conduit.
Yeah, it's not really a surprise at all. I wouldn't be surprised if the next ban was followed up by the Melio, especially with how much we expect this bottom lane matchup to impact the game, unless of course Melio's the ban away from Spire. That's I don't. Okay,
I'm in the same boat with you, Isaac. I am shocked that the Spire is choosing to ban away the Melio, because I do know these Conduit players very well. I do play for the org on another team, but I've hang out with them. I know all of them. Yipsy isn't much of that enchanter player, so I'm really surprised that the Melio is a ban. I know Ashe Melio is just a strong combo because she gets that increased range and has that sticking power with her passive for the slows, so I can see why it would be a strong ban. But I know a champion that Yipsy has been playing a lot that, going back a few years now, pairs really well with the Ashe, is that Zyra, the Ashe Zyra bottom lane that used to be a menace. I think back in season 6, 7, 8 was just such a strong bot lane combo. But gonna lock away the Leona, get another engage option for the team. Not really surprised to see that one being the option here. Really strong champion. Also a classic pairing with the Ashe.
Yeah, just so much CC, and it's very much in theme with the draft that Conduit has gone through with so far. As it's just a continuation of the previous, really. So that's not too much of a surprise. So that means on the counter side, I would expect to give a little more time. Soraka, though, maybe not exactly what I would have thought personally.
Yeah, I mean, Soraka's a champion I haven't seen in a long time, but with how strong enchanters are right now in the middle, like the likes of Lulu and Yumi herself, and then Milio, I feel like Soraka is a good champion, but, there's little intricates in the Soraka kit that people don't know a lot about. You got to hit that Q, and if you do, you get increased healing on your W onto whoever you target. So if, AO Penguin is able to actually execute on that champion and be able to play safe, it could be a real problem for Conduit to get through all this healing that a Soraka can pump out, especially into a Cho'Gath, Jinx, and Lilia, who are already able to kind of sort of keep themselves topped up in team fights and play at that range. So really curious to see how Spire is able to play around this one. And I'm not sure what that 5th pick was here for Spire. Looks like it timed out on draft law, so I'm going to wait until I get a producer in my ear for that one. But Conduit deciding to keep that R5 here for CZI in the top lane. It's going to be the Mordekaiser lock away. I think without knowing the R5, I do like the Mordekaiser into the Lilia pick, able to isolate her out in a team fight. But just got word that R5 was a Swain here for the Spire. So it's going to be most likely, I would assume, Swain mid into the Ahri. I mean, it could be Swain top. We're not sure exactly until we see these champions locked in the game. But I'm going to speculate it's the Swain mid into the Ahri matchup. You have that able to harass her and kind of sort of get the lockdown if she does overstep in the wave.
Would definitely be the most likely outcome, I think. That being said, if there was a top laner that would be picking up the Swain, I would say Winfrey could do it. I mean, this guy has 2 or 3 Cassiopeia games in Blue Water Premier League.
He has a Nocturne game. I feel like Winfrey could play any champion type. You could tell me this is Soraka top for Winfrey, and I'd be like, he's gonna make it work. I believe in him. But
like if there is one person that could completely throw this up into the air, it would be Winfrey. But obviously we'll have to wait until then. But on the topic of the Spire, as we wait to load into game 1, speaking of game 1 last week for the Spire, that was the one where I'm pretty sure that was the one where there was like a 5 health Nexus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, okay, so it was the Spire. That was pain incarnate for the Spire, especially being up. I looked at it, was 6k gold at 27 minutes to then lose the game, having the enemy Nexus down at like 25 HP
Yep.
is a tragedy not even Shakespeare could write.
Yeah, and I mean, last week Spire did technically pick up a win, but that was because of the DC from the Dorado top laner. So they had to get an FF win because of how long it took, and then go into a game 3 and end up losing. So really, the Spire has been on the slide. They were playing with a substitute top laner last week, but I'm really hoping that this draft is able to get their, their path right back on track and start climbing up into those upper ranks, trying to catch up to the likes of Team Solo Invade and Omega Gaming. But Conduit is also looking to do the same thing on the other side. They have been, slowly rising as a team, really starting to find their own synergy as a group of 5, even if they are playing with the substitute jungle. I think they'll still be able to do it with the core 4 that they have. And looking at the draft, this is an easier to execute draft out of Conduit. They do have the more engage options and the options to go into a team fight, but it kind of feels like they have to get that burst immediately onto most likely the Soraka or the Jinx. Otherwise, the Spire's team comp will just start to out damage them and out sustain them in these team fights. So I really do think it's on Conduit to get these crucial engages that they are looking for to be able to shut down what the Spire is trying to do come the time of these neutral objective team fights.
Yeah, I do on the point. I do agree with a lot of that. On the point of the ease of execution from Conduit, I think if they do have the initiative, if they do they're able to set the pace of the game, that they will have that ease of execution. I'm just a little bit not as I guess bullish on their ease of execution, especially if they start to fall behind, because walking into the amount of range that this Spire team has. It's not the most difficult team to walk into, but I think the Soraka can definitely slow down this engage. The Lilting Lullaby from the Lilia that hits enough people also slows down that engage and stops it a bit more. Swain wants you to walk into him, so there's that aspect of it too. So I think that's a little bit of concern I have on the side of Conduit's draft. It's really, if they don't immediately like get out of the gate pushing through and controlling the game the way they want to, they could run into a little problems with this matchup, specifically how these teams have been drafted. At least I think.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. It's really going to be on Conduit to get the go that they need from the start, and Spire to just kind of absorb that. But the only way we're going to be able to find that out is when we get onto the Rift. We're going to jump to a short break as we wait for the spectator delay to finish. Stick around, and we'll see you guys on the other side. And welcome back, everybody. We are on the Rift for game number 1. We got the Spire on the blue side, Conduit on the red side. As we look out, coming out of the base, the only thing that's really sticking out to me right now is nothing. It looks like everything is stock standard out of all these teams. Maybe, yeah, no, everything makes sense so far. Maybe the only thing is Winfrey going for the Grasp Cho'Gath. It's not going to be that Halo Blades, Shirelias that has been playing solo queue that just one-shots you with a Q and then a W as well.
Yeah, it's what actually here for it. I love it when like funny new combinations like that uh come out and start to show their faces. And it's one of those things that it's like it seems so obvious. It's like, why didn't I think of that? Sort of situation, the interaction on that kit on Cho'Gath. But as you said, the Grasp of the Undying, it's I think probably fine into the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, I think
Especially if you get one auto attack slow and just walk away, get those stacks coming through.
Yeah, I also think it just makes sense in the grand scheme of the Spire's team comp. They already have a lot of AP damage from Witch Hat, Black Mass, and Pinaholic, and so it makes sense that they need that like super tank to stand in front of their team and in front. And Drizzt gonna get a little bit of trade down here. Gonna proc the Electrocute, about go even in it, but takes a little bit of aggro from the minions, goes down to about half health. But it's also a good thing for Pinaholic because he did get that pull back from the passive, so already stacking up that bonus health that he gets from that kit. But in the bot lane, you know, Yipsy is not going to have a great time in the early levels just because it is double range into that melee. He's going to have to dodge that Starfall, not take too much harass, and look for the all-in once they do hit that level 3. But an early level 2
Oh yeah, the level 2 will
forward. Gladys getting low here. What's going to come out of
it.
that? Sorry about that one. Isaac cut you off there. He should let you take that one. That is my bad, man.
No, it's fine. I know there was backstory into what goes on to production. There was a little bit of miscommunication even between the like Blue Water staffs. Like they were looking for a color caster at first, and then you're like, wait, no, I'm color caster. Which actually I am honestly more comfortable with play by play.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing some play by play last night, so I was just stuck in that.
Oh, the mindset. Yeah,
I was in the mindset. I was like, all right, fight's breaking out, we gotta go. But
that totally happens. It's like on like a personal thing, since it's a fairly slow first 3 minutes right now, is that whenever I play League, I can only play like one champion in a session at a time because my mindset can't get out of like different different champions. If I like play, I don't know, let's say like Jarvan one game and then like Lilia the next, it's a disaster waiting to happen because it just doesn't transfer. So I get it. But anyway, coming through, focusing on this bot lane, we said it was going to be a point of contention with how much these two teams pressure on them. Yeah, straight away, going to force an early recall from Galata, and just more so that advantage coming through for Boostus and AO Pinguini.
Yeah, it was a early power spike on that level 2 from Boostus and Penguini there, and really able to press that one forward and, you know, force Gladys to take an early, not ideal base for him. It's going to be definitely ideal for the Spire, and a double scuttle going to come out here from Witch Hat Black Mass. Has that slightly faster clearing speed than Wukong. Was able to pick up the first scuttle thanks to the smite, and, you know, Black Eyed Peas understanding, hey, I'm not going to be able to contest this one. Tried to get the smite steal, but didn't go for it. Took the recall, and it was going to happen. But now we're going to get a gank up here in top lane.
Speaking of Witch Hat Black Mass, they are coming through onto the gank in top lane. Sai getting Winfrey low, actually going to force the flash out of Winfrey in the 2v1 at the very least, almost managing to turn that into a 1-for-1 in the 2v1. Actually does! Oh, wait, no, hold on. That's actually Black Eyed Peas getting killed up in the top lane there. Didn't quite get the visual on that. Got a pretty large exchange coming through, potentially. Yeah, Witch Hat Black Mass getting that kill in return. So 2-for-1 over to the side of the Spire. Only one kill away from that feat of warfare getting picked up for them already at sub 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I do think CZI played out that 2v1 very well, got super close to picking up the kill on Winfrey, forcing him to flash away. But then Black Eyed Peas understand that he could go up there and get the kill. He does have to use the flash to commit for it. And because of that, Lilia has such strong sticking power in these early levels, thanks to her Q, getting that increased movement speed once you get those stacks building up, thanks to your passive. So just sticks on top, gets the kill, does burn flash in the end. We saw the Risen try to roam up there to harass him and slow him down, but not going to happen. But now an early dragon start here for the side of Conduit, just because of the recall timers through the bot lanes. And, you know, Boostis and Penguini haven't taken their reset yet. So willing to let Gladys sit in this 2v1 for a little bit while they have the priority on this. We see on the minimap, Witch Hat Black Mask going to invade Peas on the top side. Hopefully Peas understands that this is going to happen and looks to go and counter jump on the bot side, but we'll see. As we already see the roam up here, it looks like they're going to contest these early grubs because we see Yipsy roaming on the map. Penguini's going to be late to this, so it will be a potential 3v2 or 4v3 before Penguini is able to get there. So looks like Conduit is going to try to make this tempo play here and get both early neutral objectives for themselves and get closer to that feat of neutral objective slaying, because it did not get a cool name thanks to Riot Games.
Yeah, that's going to be Witch at Black Mass just backing off there, picking up only the extra chickens. In response, so despite the early advantage set, which I mean, I don't think Witch at Black Mass had recalled since getting those two kills.
Not.
Yeah. So oh wait, hold on, Winfrey. Your jungler recalled and everyone's here at the top side of the map. You can't be up that far, and Darrison will be the one claiming that kill, but that does mean that it will open up the bot a little bit. Glad just barely missing the snare out of AO Pinguini. Very close on the limits there, but should be fine.
Yeah, and then the one thing that's going to come out of all these plays is we're going to see that jungle CS lead start to creep in Witch Hat Black Mass favor, just because Lilia is such a strong power farming champion. It's going to really be on Black Eyed Peas to get you know, the effective gold that he needs from these ganks and be able to contest in these team fights, because Witch Hat Black Mass is just going to keep power farming up and hit that level 6, or is already level 6, my bad, but Vlada taking a little bit of harass here. It is worded out, so no dive is going to come through. I mean, Vlada, despite having that early recall, only down 6 CS right now. I think you got to be happy as you know, playing Ashe, taking that early recall thanks to that level 2 spike that the Spire got. But overall, we're in a pretty even state. There's no real gold lead. Both teams sitting on that feats of warfare. One more kill to either side is going to be able to pick that one up. And then I think Conduit would be hoping to get that one, because then they're only one neutral objectives from the feats of strength, thanks to getting both of this dragon and the first set of grubs in this game.
There is some... Oh my gosh, Glad taking a long...
Ooh.
To use the barrier there to keep themselves alive. Not going to have that. Oh wait, but from deep, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the return, the gank. You were saying Black Eyed Peas needed to find them, and it will be Yipsy picking up that kill, as well as the feat of warfare for Conduit Esports.
Yeah, really well played by Glad. I was gonna, you know, harp on his positioning in the lane. As an AD carry, you never want to be on the short side of the lane. You never want to be between that turret and the wall, because you have less room to dodge all these abilities. So we saw Glad get super low there and had to burn the barrier to not get one shot by the boosted Super Mega Death Rocket, but able to pick it up and get a little bit of scrapping in the top lane. Don't think anything's going to come out of that one. But then, you know, Glada able to turn around that play, hits the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, immediately followed up by the Solar Flare from Yipsy, and Black Eyed Peas, right place, right time, gets that gank off like I was talking about, and gets that feat of warfare for his team. Yipsy roaming into the mid lane here, but nothing going to happen.
Yeah, didn't have the Solar Flare from that fight earlier, so can't really target Pineaholic there too much, but it will alleviate some pressure here, especially as we do have a roam towards the bottom side with a with the Drake coming up in a few minutes. Black Eyed Peas going to hop forward. The Silence going to stop, going to make the flash come through, and then the Cyclone will find the knockup onto Boostis and to AO Pinguini. But now here comes the counter. Never mind, Death Darrison. I might be a little bit colorblind. Might want to get my eyes checked on that one. 4 members towards the bot side of Conduit. Can't pick up any kills, and it's a little bit early to really start to claim this third objective for them, so they can't quite fully leverage that advantage to their favor just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the idea from Derizen there, getting the roam off because he had the mid-wave push, but did burn Flash and Ultimate, just misses the charm onto AO Penguini. But overall, good play out of Conduit, nice tempo play, trying to get something. It makes this bot lane for the Spire so much more vulnerable to a repeat gank or just, a 2v2 now that Glad and Yipsy's ultimates are back up. But a thing to note is Glada going for the early Grievous Wounds because of the Soraka, the Cho'Gath, the Lily, and the Swain. He will be able to apply it effectively well in these team fights, but that also just delays Ash's power spike, and it's really hard to be pumping out damage on this Ash. So definitely an interesting
Witch
choice.
Black Mass is here. Ipsy going to go in, but a bit ill-advised. Witch Black Mass not quite going to find any damage on Ipsy. Can't use that Lilting Lullaby to fully pick out the enemy support, and so the two of them are fine. And now we've got a 3v3 here in the bottom lane. Back IPs arriving, and the CC comes through. The Wish and the Cleanse will keep the bot lane of the Spire alive a little bit longer, but not a lot of damage can be done in return. And so with all three members of the bot half of Spire being as low as they are, I'm not sure. Oh wait, hold on. Pinaholic done a decent bit of damage onto Yipsy, or at least the Spire in general, doing quite a bit of damage there. Will force that recall out and won't make this dragon so surefire for Conduit Esports. Seems to have a fight down low. We do have eyes on it now. Spire has pushed out the members of Conduit Esports, but for how long? Pinaholic goes low, flashes away, but Glada's there on the other side. That's not a flash away, and that's going to be the feats of strength getting picked up by Conduit Esports, getting the third neutral objective, and a 3-0 going their way as well.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 kills picked up by Glada there. Really, really happy on that one. And I mean, that was so well played by Conduit. We saw Pinaholic was in that Demonic Ascension, and Derizen played
Glada?
that.
Minions, no! The minion, the creep block prevented any chance of a solo kill there for Glada. Always thank your minions, people, because Boostus may not have been able to get out of that one, especially with the zap missing. Actually, hold on, Winfrey might be in a bit of trouble here. Going to actually be fine. Walk away from that. It's okay.
Yeah, and I mean, now this is also going to be 6 Grubs going over to Conduit. They're just playing this map so well so far. And I mean, Derizen, I think, like I said, played that fight so well. He really stopped Pinaholic from doing anything, but now Derizen's in a lot of trouble.
Force the envelope on this one. Shut down, going to Witch at Black Mass onto Derizen. Going to be all 3 gloves, no, not all 3 gloves, Grubs going to the side of the Conduit. Now Zai on just a bit of trouble right here. The wrong side of the map, nowhere to go. Witch at Black Mass picking up yet another kill here in this game. I believe that's all 4 kills. So yeah, that is all 4 kills to Witch at Black Mass on the Spire. So this Lilia getting all the gold their way. 4 stacks onto the Dark Seal as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I sing Derizen's praises, and then he just mispositions in the middle of 4 people. They're easily able to collapse on him and turn the fight around in their favor. But is Glada gonna get this recall off?
No!
What? You were in the bush! There's no way Glada just got away with that for free. Boostus was literally in the bush with him and let him recall. That is crazy. Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, and because the reaction time is a thing. I think if you had a literally 0-second reaction time, Boostus. I don't know if this is where you want to be. Yipsy's on the wrong side. Boostus, yeah, it's just too far forward. AO Penguini will probably do the best they can. Keep their ADC alive. Is it long enough? Actually, it might be. The Wish comes down. Boostus still alive, but Glada is low, and Witch at Black Mass is here. Will the damage be able to come through onto the Conduit ADC? Not for now, but I do believe they can try to force this one. There's no one else in the vicinity. Derizen moving the way down halfway to the bot lane. With that in mind, the the Spire will back away from that fight.
Genetics, I see you in the chat. I'm gonna always pronounce Yipsy as Yipsy. I'm not gonna do Ipsy. But yeah,
it is
Ipsy, but
it's Ipsy and CZI. Okay, so you were right, it's CZI. But I mean, hold on, wait. Before we get to the section of pronunciations, Winfrey's gone low. There's nowhere you can go. Sent to Brazil, now to the grave. Be a fairly easily kill for CZI. And oh my gosh, another recall that doesn't get canceled. It's it's not the most tragic thing ever, but it's certainly, I don't know. It just feels kind of bad sometimes when you
Yeah.
don't get those recall cancels being so close.
Yeah, and I think that 2v2 out of Glada and Yipsy was played really well. I mean, Witchhack Black Mass, I'm just gonna do it because I love these guys. I don't like messing with them. But I do think, Witchhack Black Mass had the right idea to get in. Oh
Oh,
no,
and
that's
there's the
boosters on a
Xenoblade
reset.
going through onto the Soraka, but they're just going to be completely separated from the rest of the team. The Risen will try to help out their support, getting a decent amount of damage down onto the Charm, and the Charm will fall to Witch of Black Mass, but the Drowsy will go into Litzking Lullaby, puts to sleep too, but there's just not in range for those flashes away, and so it'll be Ipsy and a few
The mini nano
as well. The Super Mega Death Rocket not quite finding the kill there, so it will just be the one for the Spire in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean that's gonna be dragon tempo for the side of the Spire right now. They're gonna be able to set up a vision around this one. But a big thing is they used a lot of ultimates there. There's no more lullaby for the Lilia, no more demonic ascension or super mega death rocket. And the only things that was burned for the side of Conduit was the solar flare and the Ari ultimate, which I do not know the name of, I'll be honest, but those are so low
Spirit
cooldowns at this point.
Rush.
Spirit Rush, okay. It's so low cooldown in this early game that they will be back up in time, or a little bit delayed for this Dragon Star. Ipsy in a little bit of trouble here. Just going to take some harassment boosts. Nothing going to happen, but now Conduit setting back up for this Dragon. They're going to have to get this mid lane priority, and Glad are going to have to be in a little bit of caution here because everybody from the side of the Spire is down here for this one. It's going to be on Black Eyed Peas to have the Smite of Truth from a Trogath Feast and a Lilia's Smite to be able to put his team onto Soul Point. But in the meantime, CZI split pushing up in the top lane, going to get that first or get the second turret of the game, the first one for his team, and maybe look to TP in as his Dragon is being started up.
As you did say, CCI does have that teleport. Boostus and Ao Pinguini are kind of separated from the rest of the team. The team fighting strength is what we talked about from this Spire team composition. Now that's the kill onto the enemy support. Now Boost is going down as well. 2 kills over to the side of Conduit. Now 3 with Drizzen picking up Pinaholic and does have that Spirit Rush available. Can look for a little bit more. Doesn't have much info on where they are. But Winfrey. Oh no, Winfrey. Oh wait, no.
They gave up on him.
Drizzen's just going to recall there. Okay, well, all right. Winfrey is actually fine. Either way. No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I really liked how Conduit played that Dragon team fight. I think, they understood that, like, hey, we're not going to be able to outsmite a Cho'Gath Feast and Lilia. So they immediately went to turn on the 2 isolated targets of Boostus and Ao Pinguini and ended up getting 2 or 3 kills because they picked up Pinaholic on the backside, able to pick up another turret here for their team. And they have the vision control around this Rift Herald area, going to take resets, not look for the fight because they are a little low on their ultimates right now, the Cyclone and Spirit Rush being used alongside the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So we're going to wait for those to be back up to fight for this again. But the tempo that they're creating on this map is really in favor of Conduit. And I'm starting to favor them because they are pulling the triggers correctly and finding the right targets. And I thought Glada
will be slowed. Solar Flare will stun too, but Witch at Black Mass is the member in between Glada and the rest of the Spire. First he'll going on to boost this, but Drizzen will answer that quickly. It's a charm onto Ao Pinguini. No more heals available for the side of this Spire team, but Winfrey is still full health. Spirit Rush, only 1 charge left. Boostus does have to be careful if they want to try to find it. Then there goes the Devour coming through. Winfrey gets that kill on that one, and yet another one will be traded back onto Boostus. So very well executed from the side of the Spire, picking up a kills advantage in that fight, but importantly, 2 shutdowns going on to the Jinx.
Yeah, I think Drizzen misplayed there. I think he had the opportunity to go forward alone onto Boostus on this Jinx and just ignore Winfrey on this Cho'Gath and let Ipsy and Black Eyed Peas just kite him out instead of trying to burst him down with the rest of the team. But I think if they were able to get the kill on the Jinx there, it would have been a different story. But since she's still alive, she's able to get that big amount of damage out and a huge feast out of Winfrey just because he was able to get on top of Drizzen and just, turned the fight around there in the favor of the Spire. But in the meantime, that whole thing happened. CZI picked up a solo kill onto Pinaholic in the bot lane and picked up another turret for himself. So CZI starting to get strong. He's up over 1,000 gold over his counterpart in the top lane. So, the fear of every AD carry is a Mordekaiser ultimate because you can't cleanse out of it anymore. So Boost is going to have to be very careful not to get sent to Brazil in these team fights.
Yeah, and actually the Mordekaiser in general ultimate's so powerful to create space for the side of Conduit Esports, which is exactly what this Conduit composition needs. The ability to go in behind Ipsy's going to be fine there. No need to worry about that. But it's one thing that this composition for Conduit needs is that space to go onto Spire. Spire wants to just move back and absorb pressure, but I think in a 4v4, especially if you take away that Lilia or Boostus if you can, it does offer just that much more strength in these fights. And so CZI definitely going to be a point of contention, and not only for that, but as you mentioned already, that nearly 2k gold advantage over Winfrey as well. Definitely feeling good I looked at the gold advantage, and I could have sworn it would have been higher by now, though. Only at 1k.
Yeah, it's all the shutdowns that they have been getting in these team fights, and then just the CS advantages between, Glada and Boostus, and then also in the jungle with Witch-Eye Black Mass being up 30 CS. But now we're going to get a fight
at going to contest this, yeah. Going to be contested. Rift Herald and the Eye will be picked up by Conduit, and they're going to try to turn Ipsy, taken down to half health to start out without a lot of damage coming through. Ipsy going down, Lilting Lullaby finds its way onto 3. They're asleep. Black Eyed Peas now finds the Cyclone onto AO Pinguini, does get that kill, but at what cost? Darrison going to be, oh no, from downtown. Boostus. I was about to say Darrison going to be able to use the Spirit Rush to get away, but it's not far enough. The global ultimate from Boostus will be targeted perfectly, and the Spire being able to find a fight, this literally right as we said that they've done been really well. Classic caster curse of this is also something that I think Conduit struggled with last week as well, even though they ended up going 2-0 over Elysium. They got off to these early leads in both games, and it kind of slipped away from them almost in these last 2 games. And so, or at least in their 2 games last week. And CZI going to flash forward, send Boostus to Brazil. I don't think he'd really do anything as the Jinx in 1v1. And there's that space that I was mentioning earlier that is being able to be eaten with the use of that ultimate by CZI. Not being able to help their ADC at all, even though I do believe CZI was able to kill Boostus before leaving the Death Realm just barely there.
Yeah, I mean, the team fight was really good thanks to Witch-Eye Black Mass hitting that 3-man sleep onto crucial members. But now they're going to pop the Rift Herald in the mid lane, look to pressure this one. But because the response is there for the side of Spire, they're just going to get a big charge onto it and not look to fight anymore. Looking to back off here. I think, like we talked about in Champ Select, Spire was, they didn't get the burst target Conduit that they were looking for, and Spire just able to out-sustain in these team fights. AO Pinguini just getting so much healing value out of the Soraka, despite not going for like that Moonstone first item that we see a lot, deciding to go for the Mikhail Crucible, which makes a lot of sense because, you do have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Solar Flare, even the Charm from the Ahri wanting to, help boost this or anybody else if they are caught out by one of these abilities, even themselves able to cleanse themselves out of key situations and be able to get that insane healing off that we know Soraka to be. But, turn around into the dragon. They're at 2 Hextech dragons now, so each team at 2 dragons, and Hextech Soul for either of these teams is actually so strong. I still think Hextech Soul, one of the strongest ones in the game, that ability haste on your ultimate, the attack speed, and then just the slow from the passive of it is so good. So really gonna have a lot of contention over these next 2 drakes that do spawn for both sides, and it's really gonna be on Conduit to try to get one of these crucial picks that they're looking for at the start of a fight. And overall, we're back to a dead slate gold advantage for both teams, dead even here, both about 4,500 gold here going into this mid portion of this game.
But also on the subject of Hextech Soul, within the context of this game, not only is Hextech Soul just generally the strongest soul that you can get, it's also very much huge for either team if we do end up seeing the Soul going one way or the other in this game, because the slows, if like the Spire is able to pick up the Hex Tech Soul, the extra slows on his attacks is able to slow down a push in. It's be able to stop these engages and make them even more difficult onto Conduit, and equally on the side of Conduit. It's not as easy to get away and extend these fights as well if you can find those slows.
No.
That's going to, speaking of slows, that's going to be the vision from the Swain on that. I think it's the W there, hitting 3 and making sure that the Conduit members can't get away there, picking up Derizen now, especially as Baron just came up, and with Otacon alive, this could be a very big moment for... Oh, no! Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Solar Flare finding the stuns onto both Boostus and AO Pinguini. Those are the exact members that you want to find if you are Conduit Esports. As soon as you hit any of them, numbers advantage, beat damn, you go. And they found 2 very important members isolated on the Spire. And so now a complete 180 in the advantage around these 2 major neutral objectives coming through, going to the side of Conduit in a very surprising moment of, I guess, lack of concentration, I guess. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Conduit really gave Spire a taste of their own medicine there, picking off the isolated members. And Derizen is back alive now, able to contest this one. It's going to be glad of having to play safe.
Mass? Charmed is fine for now. We're going to have a fight. They're not going to come away from this. Glada
TPing in.
Going to, yeah, CZI's TPing in. Pine going to send Pine Holic away, but that's going to be 2 really low members onto the side of Conduit. Ipsy going down, but the trade onto the Lilia will come through, and Red T and the Conduit will claim that one. We have fights all over the place. Pine Holic going low, but won't be able to take down by CZI just yet. The Otacon withdrawal will come through, and now here comes the rest of the Conduit. The withdrawals being that at the very least, it's not as much gold. Not going to be the full kill gold going over to the side of the Spire, but they get all 5 Otacon buffs, all 5 essentially Guardian Angels taken off the side of Conduit. Going to be an Otacon buff. I mean, on one hand, a few needless, I guess, quote unquote deaths. On the other side, you got all 5 Otacon revives. That's high value Otacon buff. So.
I mean, the fact that Black Eyed Peas outsmited Winfrey's Feast on that Cho'Gath was huge. I was not expecting to see that one. Black Eyed Peas clutching up on these smites, and because they did get the Otacon revives before anybody ended up dying in that fight, that is huge because it gave them the tempo for this dragon, because they did get crucial kills on the Withatch, Black Mass, and Winfrey. So, I mean, yeah, they all lose the Otacon buff, but it turned out into putting them on solo point here, and once again, this gold advantage is non-existent for either team. This game can still go either way here, Isaac.
Yeah, and I expect we will be seeing a lot of blood being spilled very soon. The Sparen is still live and available, and these 2 teams definitely putting some high pressure on it. Which at Black Mass. Wait, no, apparently Yipsy does have the Otacon revive, and speaking of Yipsy, as you mentioned, they are in a bad spot, but CZI is nearby, and so is Black Eyed Peas, currently at 3v3 close. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, will find its way onto the Cho'Gath, which at Black Bass will be sent to Brazil, sent low, but not quite down, as he's out of the death realm, but the flash forward from CZI, pop on the top of the head, and now AO and Pinguini getting slowed up from that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Won't be able to find a kill onto Pinguini, but that does slow down Winfrey enough to get the double kill onto CZI.
That's a Baron start here for Conduit. I mean, they fell for the classic bait of the support going to ward, not knowing how tanky this Leona actually is. When you get that Aftershock, you get your W up. You take so little damage and able to turn around. CGI getting a crucial ultimate there on to which big Super Mega Death Rocket.
Death Rocket will take Ipsy low. That will be the Baron onto Conduit, but will they be able to keep it? No. Because there's so much damage coming through with Boostus getting excited. No Super Mega Death Rocket available. That was used to start out this fight and be able to find that massive fight win for the Spire. But so won't be able to quite get the ace, but at the very least, it is a lot of gold going on to boost this.
Yeah, and it is so scary to be in that Baron pit when they still have Pinaholic with the Demonic Ascension, and Boost is still alive. You just saw how much damage they pumped out in that small pit. I think the Demonic Ascension burst hit onto all 5 members of Conduit and just spelled death for all of them. Risen the only one getting out and getting the Baron buff. So, I mean, the Spire, once again, fighting back. It's only the gold advantage now from taking the Baron, and it's really not going to mean anything because it's only on one member of Conduit. So we're still in this one. It's still going to be swinging back and forth for a while. The next objective is in 2 minutes. It is that Hextech soul point for the side of Conduit if they are able to pick this one up. But, I mean, overall, Boostis is starting to become a menace on this Jinx. They're going to have to look to pick him out in these team fights and not let him get those crucial resets that he is looking for.
Yeah, obviously that we'll have to look out for. Boost is sitting 8-4-4 on that Jinx. Also, 232 CS, very, very healthy in that build. Nearly completed now. This Jinx certainly going to be a menace. And as soon as you mentioned, if Boostis does get excited, this fight could very well be over if 1 kill goes to the side of the Spire. And actually, hold on, there's going to be a few slows coming out. Not going to opt to use the Lilting Lullaby. Despite, wait, hold on, glad I'm recalled there. And oh my gosh, Dorado going to be probably caught out here. Does have to I guess
Get away.
It does get away.
I thought he was going to die because he spear rushed into the Cho'Gath queue. I thought they were going to get him there. But just barely gets out his W, giving him that little bit of increased movement speed, really helping him out there in the long run. But I think the bigger thing is to talk about here is despite Glada getting a bunch of early kills and a lot of early gold, Boostis is starting to accrue a large CS lead, which has him on 4 completed items, while Glada is only, I believe, on 2.5 right now. So the AD carry discrepancy is huge. Boostis is the carry for the Spire team. And also, if Witch Hat Black Mass keeps getting these crucial lullabies, it's going to be so hard for Conduit to get the fights they're looking for. But they're looking on the CZI right now.
Might be in a bit of trouble. We'll be able to send Pinaholic to the Death Realm to slow this down a little bit longer. Be able to give him enough time. Wait, hold on. Does actually get the kill onto Pinaholic in the 1v1. Does finally go down. And now that's Boostis getting excited. Super Mega Death Rocket will, from downtown, will find that kill with the Cyclone coming into the back line, which at Black Mass will use the Stasis. Another kill onto Boostis is excited once again. Triple kill, Quadra maybe for Glada. There it is. 4 kills over to the side of the Spire. The ace coming through with waves pushing in 33 minutes. That just might be the game. That is the game. 30 second death timers all on Conduit. That means Game 1 going over to the way of the Spire in this very Newton's Cradle-like game.
Yeah, and I mean, that was literally just on Boostis. He was able to position super well in these team fights and able to scale up despite the early focuses on him and just became that hyper carry that we know Jinx to be. Gonna get that last bit of gold there, 100% win rate if you get 50 gold from your enemy Nexus. Spire gonna continue on that path, picking up game number 1 here over Conduit.
Yeah, and I mean, one very extremely well played by the Spire, especially at the end there, especially Boostis in those last few fights, coming up big, having so much gold available, and the reset timings on those on the time to get excited, it was just perfectly one immediately as it ended, just led right into the next one. But Conduit on the side of Conduit Esports, they did have that, it's like a 2-3k gold lead early on at around 10ish minutes, and this is something we saw from them last week in both their games, where even though they ended up winning 2-0, they were definitely very prone to giving away a few of these chances and letting their lead start to run away from them. And really well done by the Spire to be able to capitalize on those mistakes from Conduit this time.
Yeah, and I mean, I was that crucial pick onto CZI at that inner turret. in the bot lane. He had to use the ultimate onto Pinaholic, not able to get it onto Boostus, which just meant Boostus got to free fire and be that menace. You know, Black Eyed Peas tried to get the flank, everybody tried to kite it out, but just wasn't enough in the end. And really well played by both sides. Super back and forth game, and I'm really excited to see what we get into game number 2, and hopefully a game number 3. Hopefully Conduit can come back and push us to a game 3, while Spire looks to close it out in game number 2. But we're gonna head to a short break here as we get ready for a draft for game number 2, and we'll see y'all on the other side of the break. And welcome back. We are getting ready for game number 2 draft here. It's going to be a little slow just because Conduit, doesn't have that first 2 bans due to the E-sub, but otherwise we'll be getting rolling here as Conduit is going to be on the blue side for this game and Spire on the red side looking to bounce back after a very close game is Conduit looking to push us to 3 games. Spire is going to be looking to close this one out. So I'm really curious what the first priority is here for the side of Conduit, but I do believe Spire should have a band that we're not seeing right now. Not sure what that is about. Hopefully, my producer can let me know what's going on with that situation. As I assume Conduit is going to be banning away the Fiddlesticks here
Yeah.
again from Witch at Black Mass.
Yeah, Witch at Black Mass in these last 3 weeks currently has a 100% ban rate of Fiddlesticks against them, which is definitely stood out to me. I don't have any personal experience with Witch at Black Mass's Fiddlesticks, but
I mean, I played with Witch at Black Mass and the Spire before, and let me tell you, we had a 100% win rate except for one series, one game where we played it, and that was the game 5 of finals, and we ended up losing on that one. But otherwise, his Fiddlesticks is something that should be feared. It looks like we do have the bans here, a little bit delayed. Same bans for the Spire. Fiddlesticks banned away again. First pick Skarner for the side of Conduit, as we are curious to see what the Spire's priority is here on their first 2 picks.
yeah, with the Skarner getting taken away, I wouldn't be too surprised to see. Oh wait, Orn. Okay, R1 Orn into no. I mean, that's not the worst top laner you could ever blind, but just a bit of surprise, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really good for especially how the Spire played that first game with having that super tank in the front line with that Cho'Gath Ornn going to be able to do similar things and boost this once again on another one of these hyper carries. Varus, a super strong champion in the meta right now. It's like, it feels like it's Jinx, it's Corki, it's Varus, and then it falls off to like your Ashe, your Ezreal, and then even your Caitlyn. So really curious. I know Glad does play the Caitlyn. Curious to see if he's going to bust this one out here in game number 2.
Yeah, especially into Varus getting that. I mean, outside of the Varus Q, that bonus range over Varus, is something that we saw a lot just from obviously from Glada in that last game, that advantage. But oh wait, Tristana though.
All right.
Okay, Tristana. Okay.
So hear me out.
Okay, yeah.
I recently scrimmed against Glada and another team he was on, and he busted out Tristana against us, and I think he dropped 17 kills in that game. I'm not going to say how that game ended because his teammates kind of trolled him a little bit towards the end there. But regardless, his Tristana is actually really good and he plays it very well, especially into these hypercarry matchups, because that's what Tristana is good for. She's really good into Jinx or any character that really has to scale up their attack speed throughout the game. But I also really do like this Gwen pick into Ornn. It's one of the counters to Ornn. There's only like, it feels like there's only a few things that actually counter Ornn in the game of League of Legends because he does everything that you want to out of a champion. But then a Volibear pickup for the side of the Spire. I do think Volibear, another really strong jungler right now. He does have like 2 different build paths he can go. He can go the full burst with the Flicker Blade and the Roa, or you can still go that tanky build with the Frostfire Gauntlet into like Dead Man's Plate and stuff like that.
Yeah, we even saw a bit of that Rod of Ages Flicker. It's not Quick Blade anymore. Flicker
Blade.
Flicker Blade. Damn it, right? The with the Flicker Blade build last week, not out of the Spire, but it was who was it? It was We'll Show Them All on Hyler.
Yeah, when he was playing top
I think,
lane for
yeah.
Hyler in that series, yeah.
Yeah, and that did some pretty big work there, but Cassiopeia being the ban away from the side of Conduit, I mean, it's a bit of it.
I do like the Cassiopeia ban, because I think they think that Pinaholic can play the Ornn mid. So they're banning the Cassiopeia away from Winfrey and top, because Cassiopeia does beat Gwen in the top lane matchup. So I still really think this is a smart ban from Conduit, as it could be a flex potential for the side of the Spire. Because like you said, Winfrey has played Cassiopeia twice so far this season. So I would not be surprised if that is a flex that they have open to them. So, Cassiopeia ban really strong. Lulu ban is a good way, is like the strongest support in the game, really good to take away from the Varus. But the Renata Glask is the pickup here for the side of Spire. I would like to see Ipsy pick up the Braum here. It's really good into Orin, and it's really good into Renata and even the Varus.
Yeah, I think Braum is just almost certainly has to be the go-to pick here. If they have experience on it, Thresh, on the other hand,
Yes.
is fun.
It's Ipsy's Thresh. It's Ipsy's Thresh.
Okay.
I'm so excited for this. When I started playing comp and I role swapped to support, Ipsy was like one of the better supports that I'd ever played against. I still think he's a really great support. And his Thresh was a menace. I hated playing against this thing. And, both of us being support players, and we talk like champs a lot. I was playing Thresh in solo queue, and he's like, "Hey, what are your thoughts on Thresh?" I'm like, "I think he's really good into like super specific matchups, but he's slowly been creeping up the support pool. He hasn't been nerfed in a while, and he gives you that engage option. He also gives you the safety with the Lantern, which could be really good for Tristana if she isn't getting her W reset. You just throw her Lantern to her and let her get back out of a fight after she goes in. But the Risen gonna pick up the Lux, looking to be a sharpshooter with those final sparks and pick up big damage onto members of the Spire. But we get a Ziggs lock in here for Pinehawk in the mid lane. I think I'm liking both of these drafts so far. We got some spicy stuff going on.
Yeah, got a lot of poke and range coming out from the side of the Spire, especially with that Ziggs getting confirmed for them into the Lux. But on the other hand, Conduit, we've seen some champs that I mean, Tristana and Lux, champs I have not seen in a very long time, and I'm very glad to see them back because especially Tristana is it's just a fun champion to watch in my opinion, and especially in the ADC role. It's a bit odd in the mid lane, not gonna lie, but it does. Anyway, moving on, but you mentioned with the Thresh coming back up in popularity, I think that does offer Tristana that little more, in terms of being fun to watch, it does offer Tristana that, I guess, more leeway to be able to rocket jump in and have that insurance to say, hey, here's a Lantern back if it doesn't quite go to plan. And watching an ADC hop into an enemy team, it's not the wisest decision every time, but it's a fun decision every time, at least.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, looking at the drafts, it's kind of similar to how I felt in game number 1. It's like, it's all about execution from both these teams because like they do have good engage options from both sides, but I think it's also how Conduit positions in these teams fights to, dodge that Renata Glask ultimate that can cause so much mayhem. And I think CZI is going to have to be really crucial with how he uses that mist to be able to block those abilities and not just absolutely demolish his team that, Gwen can do if she is fed. And same with Glada on this Tristana, like she does do a surprising amount of damage. So I think, Conduit and both Spire are going to really have to play to their outs and actually execute really well on these team comps. But I think looking at it, I'm going to slightly favor what the Spire has drafted over Conduit. I think Spire's ease of execution is a little bit higher than what Conduit has.
Yeah, I think Conduit's definitely a little bit more unconventional and all the things they have going around, but I'm going to counter this by saying I think Conduit really only has that like one option to go in. If their like go buttons don't find 2-3 enemy champions in a team fight, it does become significantly harder to win these team fights. And with the amount of tools that Conduit have drafted to be able to dodge and evade these really slow and targeted engage options from the Spire, I think they do have the wherewithal to be able to survive that first go from the Spire. And if they can survive that and then counterpunch just at all, I think they then proceed to win the fight. I think they have that dynamic between these two compositions. But on that note, I think we are going to go into spectator delay. When we come back, we have game 2 between Conduit and Spire, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the Rift shortly.
And
Oh.
welcome back,
Oh, there we
everybody,
go.
for game number 2. We're on the Rift. We got Conduit on the blue side in this game, and we got Spire on the red side. And I'd like to take this moment to give a quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game-changing app for the League of Legends community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is a user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now, and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg and download it from Overwolf to click the link in our bio. And that is once again ProComps, our sponsor for this game.
PROCOMPS as a confirmation. But one thing I love about a few of these like drafting tools like segments. I don't know if we have it available, but I've seen a few times where some of these drafting tools do have like a win percentage sort of calculation. It does seem like a very good tie-in. But either way, speaking of the drafts coming through, I like Lux. We don't see it often. I like champs. You know, I don't necessarily like Lux. I just like seeing champs that we don't see very often. So this mid lane combination of two artillery mages, not one that we get too particularly, I guess, often again.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm such a big fan of Fearless. It lets people pick out champions that you don't get to see often. Like, we're seeing a Lux in this game. In the series I got to cast last night, we saw Xerath. So another one of those, like, artillery mages that, like, don't get a lot of priority, and specifically, like, pro play, just because they take a while to actually do stuff in a game, and, like, it can be rough to play around those. But I think if teams know how to play around these, like, artillery-style mages and, like, they have to play around their abilities, and if they're good at them, they can be so strong in game warping, especially like a champ like Lux with that light binding and how much burst damage she does have with that final spark.
Yeah, it does a very surprisingly amount, especially get onto like 2 items. It can zap people from halfway across the map. Ipsy, oh wow, the blind hook, or not necessarily blind hook, the hook with no CC coming through, but it may have been ill-advised. Ipsy getting too far forward. Ipsy going down. The attack boost this. Yeah. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Says the bottom lane of the Spire as they quickly pick up the first blood.
Glada looked like he was AFK there because he just let Ipsy die once he got that hook in. Glada just not stepping forward at all. But now CCI could be in a little bit of trouble here. We see Witchhack Black Mass starting to wrap around for this gang.
Yeah, Winfrey's taken low though. Going out to flash away, which just means Witch at Black Mass will be able to get a decent amount of damage onto CZI. But quickly, Black Eyed Peas is coming through, so the counter gang is on. Winfrey, no flash. We'll just have to stay out of this one. There's no way that he could safely turn this 2v1 around. That being said, a lot of damage coming through, and I say that Winfrey will be able to find the knockup, which at Black Mass will be taking down Black Eyed Peas. 2 kills over to the side of the Spire, and very early on, they are almost at the speed of warfare.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw this last game too, a little bit out of their britches is Conduit playing. I mean, CZI got so much damage onto Winfrey and, you know, forced the flash out, but Gwen has such long cooldowns in this early game that he's just not able to turn it back around once Black Eyed Peas is in there. He got the good wall stun, but once he was in, Black Eyed Peas couldn't get out. He was CC'd by Witch at Black Mass, got knocked up, and just went down, even burning the flash there. Kind of feels bad in that situation. Same with Yipsy going down the bottom lane, but we saw a hook fly out in the bottom lane. I think it did connect onto boost this, but it looks like nothing going to come out of that play there.
Yeah, it's this early advantage getting claimed by the side of the Spire, especially as this first straight is coming up. The recalls of both these bot lanes should be a point of contention. The light binding not going to find Pineaholic there. A bit surprised about that, personally.
Yeah, nice
But
little side step.
yeah, but one thing about this upcoming first Drake, how we've seen a lot of the sides of both Conduit and Spire moving towards it. Derizen doesn't have any mana available, and if they do want to contest a potential move towards this Drake, Derizen will certainly have to recall, and that will give that pushed over to the side of Spire, so perhaps an early advantage in an upcoming fight. They're starting to develop even more for the Spire, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, with the early play, Witch Hat Black Mass is going to be really happy at that. We see he's got that blasting wand. He's going to be going towards that row of Flicker Blade build, and that early AP damage gives Volbear such a strong amount of burst damage. But the Dragon started up here by the side of the Spire because Derizen had no mana, like I said, had to take the recall, but the hooks in.
The death sentence onto AO Pinguini, and Super Inferno Bomb not doing a lot of damage to start out, and now the turn around from the side of the Spire, going to be able to pick up that feat of warfare early on, and the first Drake with another 2 kills. Spire quickly starting to make Game 2 look like a formality.
Yeah, I mean, I think Conduit just needed to not contest that Dragon. Derizen was so far from the play, and funny enough, like, Pineaholic hid that Ziggs ultimate onto everybody that was there and did a lot of burst damage, but got them so low. And, you know, Boostis was basically free-firing. They tried to get onto AO Penguini, but they were not able to just peel back and do everything. And Glada just not able to get that early amount of damage out, not wanting to walk up into that chokehold after all that damage came out. Conduit's going to have to slow the pace of this game down if they want to put the final score.
Okay, Derizen going to find the light binding onto the enemy Ziggs. Pineaholic, not anything you do at that point. Final Spark drops down on top of his head, and that's that.
Yeah, and also the Grubs had been started up by Black Eyed Peas, so they're at least going to pick up one neutral objective for themselves after all is said and done. And Derizen, a nice late binding onto the Ziggs, able to pick up that first kill for his team and put himself on the board. Gotta feel happy about that one after how the early game has started out. But for them, already down about 2,000 gold here.
Yeah, they were able to claw that one back to about more like 1,500 now, but 3 grubs at the very least. I think, especially with CZI, with the if left alone in this top lane, should be able to start to run away from this one. You get 3 grubs on an advantage lane for Gwyn. It's not great for Conduit. Obviously, you'd rather not be down 1.5k at 8 minutes, but there's definitely something to look towards as a potential thing to play around. Final Spark going to chunk Pineaholic down to half health there.
Yeah, and I mean, the Grubs is big, not only for the Gwen, but also for Glada on this Tristana, another one of these characters who is super good at taking down turrets, and that bonus true damage they get from the Grubs is going to be super helpful. But so far, I do like how Derizen is playing out this mid lane. If he hits that late binding, he's immediately going to follow it up with that Final Spark, because it does get that bonus damage because of your passive. You get to proc that as well. So getting a nice bit of chunk damage every time he has the opportunity to. And a good ward spot out Witch Hat Black Mass there, going to be able to play safe in this bottom lane. A nice sidestep by Glada on that piercing arrow from Boostis. But overall, I think, you know, Conduit's starting to do a good job at slowing down the pace of this game, starting to farm back up and try to get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, and it's not quite over just yet. They will have the first move into this river, but Glada is a little bit too late on that movement, so what looked like a favored 3v3 just might turn into a 2v1. Glada not quite going down, and the Impale will find AO Pinguini. Only AO Pinguini, though. Final Spark not picking up anybody. Neither will the Super Inferno Bomb. Mega Inferno Bomb. Black Eyed Peas going to be pulled back by AO Pinguini, and another kill will be picked up by the Spire.
Yeah, before AO Penguini got hit by that Impale, was able to pop their ultimate and hit onto all 3 members that were grouped up there for Conduit, so not able to get the damage back down. And a big thing is Boostis just sidestepped out of it, so also wasn't picked up in it, so also got the free fire on top of it. So really good turnaround for the side of the Spire. And, Peas, he tried to flash away after getting that Ixal impact in onto AO Penguini, but a beautiful Q out of this Renata was able to get it at max range and pull Peas back into his demise. So once again, Conduit, we thought we were slowing the pace of the game down, but went for a play. It turned a little sour, and especially because Glada got super chunked before that started and had to burn the barrier and barely lived at the end of it.
Speaking of the advantage going to the side of the Spire, that's Boostus with a full Blade of the Ruined King before 10 minutes. Well, it's after 10 minutes now, but it's completed before 10 minutes. Definitely feels great when you have a 20 ACS lead and 2 extra kills.
I mean, the
your
roller
lane
is also
counter
fully
for it,
completed for Witch Hat Black Mask as well. So
very
you're just
early,
stepping
yeah.
that up super early, which feels really good because you get that free level once it is fully stacked here. But I mean, Conduit, gonna probably concede over this set of grubs, because they went 1-for-1 on the neutral objectives, not super close to picking up the feet there. But a nice word by Glad to spot out Witch Hat Black Mask. But Yipsy's walking forward for this one, wants to go for it.
Yeah,
Could be in a little bit of trouble.
Glada won't have the rocket jump either. Had to use that very early on. It's such a long cooldown if you can't get that reset. But neither team going to commit to this fight, and perhaps a wise decision since it's a bit of a numbers disadvantage for the Spire, but Conduit still had a few of those tools available, but they're not giving up on a potential fight just yet, especially with the second set of grubs now available.
And I mean, Winfrey is in that bottom lane. He doesn't have TP, so either does the Risen. So they are isolated from this fight.
Yipsy could be in a bit of trouble. We'll throw the lantern over to Glada, but that's only going to give him a small shield. Yipsy going low. Yipsy getting claimed by Boostus there. Third kill of the game for Boostus. No support for the contest at the grubs. It's a Boostus getting a little bit close to Black Eyed Peas there, but we'll be fine in the end, and it will be the next 3 grubs getting claimed by maybe not just yet. They're not going to give it up. They're going to get CZI going to use the mist very early. The ultimate going to be cast down, finding 2 there on the second. AO Penguini going low, not quite down. Witch at Black Mask going to claim the indie jungler. CZI just not going to get the damage he needs on those abilities, going slightly wide a few of those times. No kills getting traded back by Conduit. It's now 8-1 for the Spire, and it's gone from bad to worse, really.
Yeah, I mean, Penguini hit another huge multi-man ultimate there, and CZI tried to stay on top of her, but she got the flash away, able to get out of that play, and it turned so sour so fast for Conduit. And I mean, they really just need to slow down here. They're not able to contest with what the side of the Spire has right now. They want to try to scale up and be content in this game. But, it's hard, too, because, the side of Spire does scale well. They have Ornn, they have the free ornaments. Varus scales really well into the late game. Volibear falls off a little bit, but that's where Ziggs starts to shine when he gets to be this artillery mage at 3-4 items and just trunk people out with those bouncing bombs and everything. So Conduit really going to have to start playing this smarter and a little bit slower if they want a chance to push us to a game number 3. They're down about 3,000 gold here at this point in the game, almost 3.5k, so could be a really scary.
Oh wait, Glada's low. Glada, what do you? That is some. I don't know what. Glada was only on like a quarter health there, deciding to jump forward on the rocket jump. It's ambitious, but definitely ill-advised. Perhaps didn't have vision. I assume they didn't have vision on Boostus when they made that decision, but still, it's just. Yeah, Conduit. I don't know what you do at this point. It's not great. Hold on, Black Eyed Peas though, not gonna go just yet. Which at Black Mask will be snared up by the light binding, not going to be kept alive, and the Impale will find 2. AO Penguini going to have to run away, but not going to be fast enough to Risen, getting a kill as well. Going to flash forward onto Boostus, try to push that, push the onboat, try to get 3, but shut down onto the enemy Renata, getting picked up by Risen at the very least there.
Yeah, I mean, the Risen is going to have to carry this game if Conduit wants to have a chance. He just got so much gold put into his back pocket with the help of Black Eyed Peas on that mid-turret defense. Not trying to go quietly into the night is Conduit. They're going to have to really play here the way they need to. And, picking up this dragon is going to help. A Pinaholic
will be able to use the explosive satchel to hop. Wow, okay, very well played by Pinaholic, using the using his own minions to prevent any death sentence to come through.
Yeah, had the burn of the flash and the explosive satchel to be able to get out of that play. I like the idea out of Conduit, but that is a gold bounty that they picked up on the dragon. But now
Risen, we were just singing his praises a few moments ago, but caught out now. Shutdown. It's a shutdown going on to boost us as well. I don't know how you have a shutdown when you're 5k, we're almost 5k gold back, but they do, and not only is that a shutdown to Spire, it's on to the Varus. So yeah.
I mean, Winfrey also picking up the top tower. I mean, that's feats of warfare to the side of the Spire at this point. They've already breaking open the map. They took out that mid outer turret, which lets you increase your vision line forward into the enemy jungle, which makes it even harder for Conduit to play this one out. Conduit's going to have to start looking to stack sideways and looking for plays on side laners when they're pushed too far up, looking for their way back into the game that way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you just gotta take what you can as Conduit at this point, but there's not really much that can be taken for Conduit. I don't know. It's the only thing I can say. Oh no! Finaholic going to get snared up to Risen. Maybe a kill back. Won't quite be able to get Finaholic just yet. Really good light binding though, and even though that shut down somehow. Is shut down despite being almost 5k down, is still showing some signs of light on the Lux, at the very least.
Yeah, I think if he had his flash and didn't use it in that mid lane to try to get boosted, I think that's a fine play. But like now in hindsight, it's like, man, if he had that flash, he does get that solo kill on Pinaholic. But I mean, Derision, despite that one misstep, he's still playing relatively well on this Lux. He's really, like I said, going to have to be the way back into this game for the side of Conduit, because he can just burst down Boostus or anybody if he gets that light binding onto them once he starts building up these items. I assume he's going to be going towards that Looting's Companion as a second item, as he already has the Malignance to get that extra burn damage on the Lux ultimate, which can be so crucial in team fights. But Boostus on this Varus, this is, the champion that he has been playing the most in the Premier League, and he's 604 on it with a Renata in his back pocket and a strong front line of Volibear and the Ornn. So it's going to be really hard for them. Oh, wait, we got to pick in the bot lane.
Oh, yeah, wait, hold on. 1-for-1 even between these two mid laners. Traded back and forth. I would have liked to see that. Won't be able to get them. We'll see the back end of it now. At the very least, Black Eyed P is going to take taken low, going to use that lantern to hop away and boost this. I mean, boost this gets another kill onto the Tristana. Good test system from Ipsy. Is it advised? Going to throw Ao Pinguini under the tower, and now the Impale will find two. Excellent play from the support and jungler from Conduit. Double kill getting claimed by Black Eyed Peas. So some gold going over to
back
the
in this
Garden.
We're starting to get a light at the end of the tunnel here, hopefully, for the side of Conduit, but like that solo kill on the mid lane feels bad because they got the pick in the bot lane and then it turned into a solo kill in the mid lane, but then they're able to turn the play back in their favor in a way and getting the 2 kills under the turret with Yipsy and Black Eyed Peas getting a nice CC chain onto both Penguini and Witch Hat Black Mass. That turret does so much damage now in this season 15, getting that increased scale up. We saw Witch Hat Black Mass even jumped out, but that turret was free firing for so long. Did I believe like almost half his health bar on that last turret shot to get the kill there for Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah. If we take a look down at the state of the game, something that's just kind of always tragic to see is when there's a fully completed item above the counterpart. Derision! Oh my gosh, Boostus just does so much damage. 2 items at 18 minutes. What can you do? The cleanse will be used to ensure that Boostus definitely doesn't go down there, and so we'll be fine for now, especially as Pinaholic is here, but not done yet on the side of Conduit. They're going to push the envelope here, but it might be ill-advised. Black Eyed Peas barely going to be able to get that lantern, but we'll send them to safety.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Conduit is just walking into places they don't have control over. We see like the vision game.
Like,
once again,
Ipsy, what are you doing here? I don't know. Yeah, Ipsy going to have to flash away from that one to even get out, but I wonder what the objective was there for Ipsy even to be in that position in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna have to contest this dragon. They don't have vision control over this river, and that's why Derizen ended up getting caught out. And I mean, even if you get a late binding on the boost this, he did have that cleanse there, so was able, gonna be able to get out of the play. But now Winfrey's in this bottom lane. That's gonna be free time for CZI up in this top lane. He's channeling a recall here, looking to TP in for this fight. It looks like Conduit does not want to give this one up.
No, they are going to push the envelope on this one. The Orin Horn will be dropped. Only finds the knockup onto the Skarner. It's not going to get much more. Drizzen will be spotted out. The Mega Inferno Bomb will do a ton of damage onto the top of Drizzen. Winfrey going to be there to follow up with a little bonk of the hammer. Driving that railway spike into the ground. Picking that one up, and yet another Drake going over to the side of the Spire, and another fight! More gold, more objectives to the Spire, and it's just getting more and more difficult for Conduit to find anything. That being said, CZI doing a lot of damage onto Winfrey, but it's a lot of damage, but that was literally the entire spell rotation of CZI, and Winfrey's still only half health, and that's going to be Otacon.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I mean, I don't think I liked the way that Conduit played that dragon fight. They should have just known they could have contested it, and CZI should have just gone for that top turret. But we saw him recall, walk towards bottom lane, and then use the TP to go back up the top, but not able to even pick up that turret because Winfrey had his TP of his own. I think they should have just gone for a cross-map play, get some more gold into their pocket, and then look to fight later in the game. But now that's going to be Otacon over to the Spire, just off the tempo plays and the rotations, and it is the revive Otacon with the withdrawal. So I mean, I mean, you can get the kills, you can get the Otacon buff off them, get yourself 200 gold if you're able to find anybody, but that's not the big shutdown that's on Boostus. You would like to get that 1,000 gold shutdown, but it'd only be 200 as the Rift Herald spawn in the mid lane here, and Conduit not going to be able to respond to this one. This might be the base being broken open here at 22 minutes in this game.
Yeah, especially with this charge of the Rift Herald coming through. Choo-choo, but not the Ornn. Then even more damage onto that mid lane. Tier 1 tower, I mean, I guess, mid lane tier 1, I mean inhibitor tower. I don't know if I'm the biggest, I mean, at this point, I don't even know if it matters. I'm not the biggest fan of using that. Rift Herald is there specifically. Oh, CZI is just...
Oh, he's out.
Nope, not just yet. Orinhorn will come down, knocks up to both CZI and the Skarner, but the light, the final spark will find a lot of damage, does force a few of the withdrawals, but Winfrey's still alive and Pinoholic's here, so even though it was relatively well played by the side of Conduit, just about as well played as you could really do in that moment, the wallet gap is just too much. And the Otacon revives means that they don't even get the gold from their excellent play there, and it's tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be really rough for Conduit to come back in this one. They have to play every fight perfectly to be able to do anything. But oh my gosh, the amount of damage that Pinoholic just did to Glada on one spell rotation is crazy. I mean, this is gonna be a rough comeback here for Conduit, and like I was saying, like it would be CZI on this Gwen, but he really has gotten no pressure in the side lanes. Like Winfrey's got 2 full complete items, he's only sitting on 1 right now, and they're not really using this Gwen as a split push threat. They keep trying to get CZI involved in these team fights when I think if he just got a lead in the side lane, I don't know if there'd be anybody who could actually answer him besides maybe Pinoholic with the wave clear, but that'd be the only hope for the side of Spire if this Gwen was an X factor in this game. But it's just looking rougher and rougher as the minutes tick by here for Conduit to be able to come back into this one.
Yeah, and even on your point of how it would require Conduit to play near perfectly, I think in that last fight they played about as perfectly as they could, and even then they still lost 4 team members and traded it only for 3 Otacon buffs. Derizen is out. So is Black Eyed Peas for now, but Orinhorn will be slowing up the 3 of them. Finds Ipsy and Black Eyed Peas. Final Spark only going to take a little chunk out of Witch at Black Mask, but his follow-up damage has come through a lot. Witch at Black Mass is very low. They go forward now. The Impale will pick up the maximum amount of 3. Witch at Black Mass going to have to jump away, getting up that little bit more health. Hostile takeover finds all 4 members of Conduits, and it will stop any sort of counterattack that they were mounting there.
I mean, Conduit played that perfectly.
They played it perfectly.
But sadly, they just don't have the money to pick up any of those kills. It was so close, and I think if they were able to pick up at least one shutdown onto Winfrey, or even Boostus, who was super chunked, it would have been a different story there. But, I mean, like we were saying, they have to play it near perfectly, and the fact that they're this far behind and lose no members on that play is actually huge for them.
Yeah, it's just indicative of the state of the game. Like, I don't have any complaints at all how Conduit have played like these last 2 or 3 fights on like a mechanical level, and how they've set it up like cerebrally. They've done everything perfectly. If I'm being completely honest, it's just indicative of the way things are going, really.
It's hard to get the crucial damage across when you're down 10k gold at this point in the game. It's only 26 minutes in, and it's so hard to look for it. They're going to try to look for something on Winfrey here, but that's an Orin at 3 items. I don't think they're going to be able to get this one. He's just basically going to tank the whole team, and now they're going to get a fight here. They're looking to re-engage it.
He's only lost 1/3 of his health. They used everything they could onto Winfrey. No tools really left available, but the final spark won't quite find anybody just yet. Also, takeover not finding much. Going to be the Impale finding Witch at Black Mass. Going to be the first kill going onto Glada, picking up the kill onto the Ball Bear. Do Conduit have what it takes to win this fight? CZI going to hop away from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Keep himself alive a little bit longer. Oh my god, Conduit! There's no way they're doing this. CZI is still alive. At least Boostus will get that second kill. Boostus is crucially still alive. Yipsy on the wrong side of the map. It's going to be the support definitely going down at this point. So slight numbers advantage going slightly going ever so marginally to the way of Spire, but still, I mean, a Conduit, they're showing signs of life. I mean, I thought this game was all completely done and dusted. It still probably is, but they've actually brought back that gold difference. It was over 10k about 4 or 5 minutes ago, and it's down to 9k now.
Yeah.
It's step by step, the game,
They got a crucial shutdown onto Winfrey, and they also picked up Witch at Black Mass in that fight, which is huge, because that means that Spire could not just rip the Baron off of that team fight win. But Boostus also was so low. I think if the Risen had one more rotation of spells, he would have been able to pick up that huge shutdown that is sitting on top of Boostus' head. But, I mean, overall, I mean, Conduit has been playing out these team fights exactly how they have to. And, I mean, CZI, we saw how much damage he was able to pump out on this Gwen. He's on 2.5 items now, so it's going to start becoming more of a factor, and they're looking for something again.
Don't think Winfrey is going to be the one you want to start on the slow. We'll find its way onto Ipsy and Glotto, and that will be the buffer of both the Impale and the Rocket Jump. Talk about how well Conduit has been playing these fights, but that fight from the Spire was exactly how they needed to do that, and both Glada just couldn't get away, and Yipsy will lose his life to keep his ADC alive. At the very least, objective bounty, some extra gold going to the pockets of Conduit for this Baron, and at this point, any gold is acceptable. Black Eyed Peas, nope, not going to be able to steal this one. Valiant effort, but yeah. That's that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Conduit shouldn't be looking to start the fights. I think they've been doing so much better at absorbing the initial engage that Spire has and then turning it around.
There isn't going out to flash there, so that won't be available on this very immobile Lux, especially as the Baron does come through with all these minions. In the mid lane, that's certainly going to be the first inhibitor down, and with an open top inhibitor, that'll be 2. Almost certainly, unless CZI can do anything about us. Pinaholic is kind of in a wrong spot. Follow away from the rest of the team. Going to use that explosive satchel to keep himself alive, which at Black Mass won't have the full... Okay, wait, the light binding comes through. Derisen now taken low from the Mega Inferno Bomb, which at Black Mass not quite going to be claimed. Nobody going to be killed on either side, but that does leave a little bit more time for the Spire to push in a little bit farther, get a little bit more damage down onto these Nexus towers. but only that slight damage will be claimed from Conduit Esports, not Conduit, but the Spire on the back end of that fight. But importantly, another 2 inhibitors now claimed on the Spire and power play does open the base just that much more for the Spire.
Yeah, I mean, now Spire has the window to be able to walk in and look to end this game when they want to, but if they're not able to do it, that's 2 open lanes of super minions, which lets Derizen, CZI, and Glada farm up and get so much free gold if Spire isn't able to push for the end. And it could be a little bit rough without a Baron buff because Derizen can just melt these waves with being on this Lux. So, I mean, there's a gray lining to a silver lining to everything, and like it's now Conduit has a way to start getting gold onto these carries, and hopefully they can keep stalling out this game. Like what looked almost done and dusted about 7 minutes ago has been prolonged here by the way Conduit has been playing out these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Conduit is doing just about everything they can to keep this game running a little bit longer, but I think that Baron is absolutely huge, and those 2 inhibitors even bigger because now we have the what will be the Cloud Soul getting claimed by Conduit Esports. I mean, unless if Black Eyed Peas pulls off the most ridiculous steal
No.
I have ever seen, this will be that soul going over, and yeah, Black Eyed Peas will just be forced fully out of this pit, and I mean, it's so dark. It will have to be the most insane steal I have ever seen if Conduit wants to take this away. And even though people say Cloud Soul, hold on. That being said, the Destins will find Svans AO Pinguini, forces the flash out of Renata, and now the hostile takeover won't find anybody. Orenhorn called down as well, knocks up 3. CZI importantly going low. Flash forward onto CZI from Winfrey. CZI keeping themselves alive a little bit longer. I do believe that was Boostus picking up yet another kill on the back end. Black Eyed Peas.
Boostus is ending the game.
Yeah,
Boostus is in the base.
Yeah, Boostus is just in, yeah, it's over. Boostus is too fed. Unless the Risen didn't find light binding there. I think that's just it. CZI going to walk back into the base, try to keep his foot a little bit longer. Second, and Nexus Tower getting knocked down. Boostus Derizen. Yeah, I mean, it's game.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, that's game. That's the series going to be going over to the side of the Spire. Conduit definitely prolonged game number 2 way longer than I think anybody here thought it was going to be. But at the end of the day, that's going to be Spire with a really dominant game 2 victory over the side of Conduit Esports here to push themselves up to 3-2 and knocking Conduit a little bit down in the rankings, going down to 2 and 3 now.
Yeah, and importantly, with how jam-packed the like bottom half of the playoff spots are in the rankings. Importantly, Conduit not picking up a game there does hurt their point game. They'll only pick up the is it 2 points, I believe, for an 0-2.
I think it's 2, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 2 points for an 0-2. It's going to limit them a little bit more in terms of their positioning. So, we got some work to do over there. I've Conduit Esports to be able to push themselves up at the very least. Still, there's a couple weeks left for them going into that one. But yeah, well played, the Spire. We were talking about the slide that they were on, 2 losses in a row. They come out on this one. They look very clean, especially in game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, Boostus played out of his mind in this one, not even going down once in that game, going 16-0-9 and dealing the most damage in the game. Definitely, I think the MVP for this game, and probably the series as a whole after that Jinx game in game number 1, being able to carry it at the end there. So, I mean, really well played by Spire overall, able to get that close win in game number 1, and then just this dominant out-the-gate victory in game number 2. Conduit going to have to find the recipes that they need to start making that push and keep themselves in a playoff spot. But with that, we're going to be getting ready for a second series here today between High Alert and Dorado Gaming, and we'll see you all when we get back for that series. And welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for our second series here today. We're going to be having High Alert starting on the blue side, going up against Dorado Gaming on the red side. And I have been told that Dorado Gaming is using an e-sub, but the waves have been banned. We're going to have Sunrise playing here today for the side of Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, whoops it. Let me just check real fast. I didn't see that. Give me a moment. That's new. That's information to me. Prepared caster, guys. Roster changes. That's right. Okay, yeah. Sunrise, position of sub 2. What? Wait, do we know where Sunrise is playing
Support.
positionally? Support? Okay.
Yeah, so that
Got it.
means we're gonna have Tortuga and Sunrise in the bot lane over here for Dorado Gaming. What the one role I'm really looking at here for the series is actually the top lane of Trouble Killer versus Bear. Bear on this Cassante is kind of a menace in a lot of these games that he has been getting this champion. And Trouble Killer is a super strong bruiser player who creates a lot of pressure for the side of Dorado Gaming. But another crucial role I think in this matchup is actually the mid lane matchup between Ethereal Ice and Korra. Both these mid laners have been rising up and putting on shows lately and putting on a lot of, attention towards themselves, especially Korra really rising up into a carry role. So really excited to see that matchup as well.
Yeah, it's very different from the last match we saw with the folks on the bottom lane. As you mentioning that Cassante for Bear, first pick straight away for High Alert.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Sante is just a super strong champion in the game of League of Legends as a whole, especially like pro play and below. If you like somebody knows how to play this champion and pilot it well, it's just such a menace. And because of that, we're actually, I believe, seeing nerfs on him next patch. So definitely going to be interesting to see that one. But just like in the last series, we're seeing some prioritization on this Varus champion. Super strong in the game right now. Can, as we saw Boostus do for the Spire in our first series, just take over a game completely. So Tortuga looking to replicate that and be the carry for the side of Dorado. So also really curious to see what they pair up with this. I know last week Walk Warlock in the jungle was playing Mordekaiser in that first game. So
Yeah,
definitely an interesting choice. And now we're just going to see female Cassante. We got Mbessa up in the top lane, most likely here for Trouble Killer.
yeah, it's the most. It's the Cassante response. Given that, but I do also like this Bears pick for Tortuga specifically because of the bans we've seen taken away. Quirky Jinx not available means that really Varus is the premier ADC to be locked in for this game. So I think taking it there, even though we didn't really highlight the Tortuga and Verja matchup so much, I think Varus is just so much stronger than anything left available at this point that you got to go with it.
So it actually isn't Tortuga. Sorry, it's not actually Verja in the bot lane for High Alert. Verja,
Oh, it's
I
not.
believe, has been subbed out, and it's going to be We'll Show Them All as the AD carry
Oh,
here for High Alert.
move down
So
to ADC then. Okay.
yeah, another high profile name. I know he's been around the Emerald scene for a little bit as an AD carry main, kind of putting in a lot of good showings in all the leagues he's been playing in. So really strong player for High Alert to be picking up as they look to make this playoff push. But we're gonna get the Viego locked in for Ryu in the jungle here. Ryu really good at these hyper aggressive jungles, and can be that another carry for the side of High Alert. But Amumu gonna be locked away here for Walk Warlock, giving that engage option, really safe jungler, and really strong in the current meta right now.
On the subject of Ryu, I'm a little bit surprised that it wasn't the Nocturne for Ryu because Nocturne's been shown a lot of a lot of priority in the games that Ryu has played in these last few weeks. His 100% pick or ban rate of that champion with Ryu there. So, I mean, Viego's still, I think, probably the better champion at this point in time, but a little bit surprised. I just a bit surprised to see Nocturne make it through generally.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nocturne is a champion that you really do have to draft around just because of his play style, wanting to be going straight into the backline all the time. And if you're not planning to draft for that, it's better to just go with a safe option. Viego can keep himself somewhat safe with that reset if he gets the kill and picks up the soul. But we're seeing the Enchanter bans away here, not wanting to get the melee with the Ashe like we saw in the first series. That is a strong pairing, but the Lulu one is definitely more interesting to me. I guess you don't want Viego to have that because I don't. Ashe isn't that hyper carry that the likes of a
Yeah.
Jinx or Varus is. So definitely interesting choices for the bans away here, but banning away the Rel from Sunrise. Sunrise really good at these engage supports, so not surprised to see those being the ban away. And I assume we're going to be seeing the support pick up here for the side of Dorado Gaming and leaving that mid lane counter for Cora in the mid lane.
Yeah, almost certainly. I mean, with what's available, Leona, I would assume is the lock-in. I would be highly surprised if anything else gets selected here. Oh,
Okay, we're getting the
okay.
support counter here instead. We're gonna get the Azir locked in for Cora. I mean, Cora put on a masterclass on this champion last week. They did get solo killed twice in the laning phase last week, but immediately turned that around. I think only dying one more time in the entire game and having some great Shurima shuffles to be the X factor in that game and be the reason why Dorado ended up winning that first game, really. But I do like this Galio hover and lock-in that we have here. It does pair really well with the Viego. It lets him play so much more aggressively into the enemy jungle and into the enemy backline with that increased resistances you get with that heroic entrance that Galio will be looking to prioritize on his diving jungler here.
It just doesn't seem like a very ethereal ice sort of champion, though. Personally, I think about ooh. All right, Ashe Zyra. That's certainly going to give a lot of pressure there towards the bottom lane. At do it there. It's more of an old-timey, old League of Legos even before I played, but it does offer that extra push potential, especially if Leona is the selection for a Dorado Gaming. I'm not a fan of that Leona pick into Ashe Zyra personally, but as you were saying, Sunrise. Oh, it makes sense. Sunrise. Okay, yeah. Using it was. I mean, of course, it's going to be me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Leona's going to be bad in the laning phase, but is better for the comp as a whole of Dorado. Is going to give them that other engage option. It's just going to be about Sunray and Tortuga, withstanding the barrage of poke that's going to be coming out and the aggression from the bot lane that High Alert has drafted. But I do think if they get out of the laning phase and are able to get Sunray on this Leona enabled on the map, it's going to do wonders for what Dorado has drafted, especially if he can link up with Walk Warlock and look to make some plays around the map, maybe, shutting down Bear or getting onto the mid lane on Ethereal Ice here. Definitely an interesting draft that High Alert has. Like you said, the Galio doesn't seem like an Ethereal Ice champion, but I do think it suits the draft that they have really well, gives them that other option of a tanky frontliner because Galio likes to build this like full tank build even in the mid lane.
Yeah. Oh, also other thing I know about coming back to Walk Warlock. This is the first repeat champion Walk Warlock has played this entire split up until this point. Walk Warlock was doing the true fearless draft up until now, but now we got a Mumu, the second of Mumu game for Walk Warlock.
What a fraud.
I know, what a fraud. Yeah, I get it.
Give him a Mesa jungle, put the Amumu top. Let's get him a unique champion here. But I do think I just think Amumu is a really strong champion right now in the meta, especially with that Liandry's build. It gives you so much more damage, and he's so good at taking the early set of grubs because of the tier crash down that he has. Doing the AoE damage on them helps him secure that objective very quickly. But I mean, he could have a hard time pairing up into this Viego in the 1v1 if Viego is able to get the jump on him, can do so much damage. But, Amumu kind of can win the sustained fight. It depends on how it goes out in the early bit of skirmishing that they have. But Amumu's going to want to try to scale up, hit that level 6. He can have the option to get those early ganks thanks to the bandage toss, but more than not, he wants to hit his level 6, get that Curse of the Sad Mummy to enable huge team fight plays for his team.
Funny thing, if there is someone who is very intimately familiar with Amumu, struggling in those 1v1s. It is Walk Warlock last week playing that Mordekaiser into the Amumu specifically. Was that, and it was devastating to say the least. But I think with that, we're going to send it to the spectator delay. When we come back, we will have onto the Rift for High Alert and Dorado Gaming here in Week 5 of the Blue Water Premier League, so don't go anywhere. See you in a bit.
And welcome back, everybody.
Oh,
Sorry about
yeah.
that slight delay that we had. And once again, we are now going to be sitting here in a pause. And okay, so some interesting things. It actually is Version in the bot lane. Not we'll show them all like I thought it was going to be. And it is not Ethereal Ice in the mid lane. It is full metal. And oh, thank gosh, it was only a short pause. And we are now actually on to the Rift. Tyler on the blue side, Dorado Gaming on the red side here.
Yeah, full metal in the mid lane definitely explains the Galio pick a lot more than that it originally believed. So that does check out, and yeah, the Galio pick I do agree is from earlier. If we take a short view back to the past, yeah, the logic there checks out because Ethereal Ice on Galio just seemed a bit strange, but here we are, I guess.
Yeah.
What do we? Oh no, go ahead.
We just have a full 5 point here.
Yeah,
Literally
I
no
know.
action is going on. Everybody's just kind of staring at each other. Not even really moving much as anybody on this map. As looks like we're just going to be getting a lot of standard gameplay here. They're looking to get an early ward here on the Raptors. It looks like Walk-in Sunrise linked up here trying to get that, but is it going to happen? They're going to get an early ward here on the Raptors, ping onto the enemy Raptors for the side of high alert, but nothing really going to happen there. They're just trying to keep an eye on Ryu on this jungle pathing.
Yeah, I mean, the extra vision, it feels nice. I guess with how late it was, it might slow down Walk Warlock by a few seconds. But I mean, that shouldn't be too much of an issue. I think, especially if you get a few levels under. Excuse me, I congested in the chest. If you get a few like levels onto the Amumu, that it starts to catch up with the Viego relatively quickly. So I'm not too concerned about that there. I mean, going into this, I mean, Sunrai, I guess, new into this bottom lane would see a lot of struggles there, probably with the advantage that Rucha and Verja have there available to themselves. I kind
Yeah,
of
I
fast
mean,
against Strauss here.
yeah, I mean, looking at the mid lane matchup mostly, it's definitely interesting. Galio going with that phase rush just to have that ability to get away from a gank if it does come in, just use his combo and look to get out. But Cora, going in the grasp, looking for the early harass here onto the Galio and looking to be a little bit tankier for when they do go in on these engages with the Shrima Shuffle, that Emperor's Divide that we know and love. Just looking to be able to have that little bit more of survivability, but it's really not for that. It's just for that extra lane harass that you can have with these ranged auto attacks onto the melee matchup. But bot lane, nothing really too surprising. Cleanse on both of these 80 carries because of the CC that can come out from both sides makes a lot of sense. We got the double grasp up into basically the mirror match in the top lane of Kasante and Mbessa. It just I what I want to see in this game is these two top laners just have a straight up long lane 1v1 of like 1,000 dashes on top of each other to see which one can actually win it. I think that'd be the most fun to see this game. But it looks like they're gonna get the early Scuttle Crab here for Rio in the bot side, but Walk Warlock is gonna walk over here to try to pick this one up. Not really sure what is going on. He's never mind.
Oh, we'll find Ruchov though, and with the extra numbers around the flash coming through, but the second bandage toss will find its spot. First blood going over Tortuga. Walk Warlock a little bit behind there from the ward. Will actually inadvertently kind of help him out later down the line.
Yeah, I think that's a really good play from him, like not going to contest the Scuttle Crab, instead waiting for Rucha to try to walk back and hits the first bandage toss and, very smartly saves the second one until that flash comes out so he can just stay right on top of that support who has no escape tools. And I really do like that play out of Dorado Gaming, getting off to an early foot here, getting that nice first blood here. In the end, he does end up getting double Scuttle, so going to be a little bit behind on the jungle CS, but gets the first blood assist. So overall, really good play out of Walk Warlock there.
Yeah, and I mean we've also seen just how much damage this Varus can do in the previous series, and getting that early gold onto Varus. It feels good. Varus is just such a strong champion right now.
Yeah, he really
Really,
is.
it's just so good.
Yeah, and I mean, Tortuga having to walk for that kill, he does go down a little bit in the CS department here, but is able to pick this one up. Gonna probably look to crash away like the next wave or so and get an early recall off himself, as Verja has already done that. But in the top lane, really no action. Bear just getting a small CS lead for himself, almost up 10 CS here. And, you know, Cora already taking that early TP is on that faded Ashes now. So it's going to be a little bit harder for Full Metal to contest these waves. But he's doing a good job so far in the CS department. Only down 3 in what could be a annoying matchup whenever you try to go for the CS just getting poked out. But we're going to get a gank in the bot lane here. Ryu's here.
Yeah, Ryu is there. Will find the stun onto Sunrai, who does flash away. So no more escape on the Leona in the coming moments. And actually, Warlock will kind of arrive just now. I don't suspect we'll see too much. Hold on, the flash away from Ryu. He is a bit surprised to be there. Did get a little bit too far forward, trying to secure the positioning at the very least on the Drake. So in the end, and that really long duration, it is in fact a trade of flashes between Hyler and Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice flash out of Sunrise to get away from those grasping vines so he's not CC comboed up. But now we're going to get a lot of scrapping.
Oh, hey! Oh, flash from Bear is going to keep himself alive, dodging out that public execution from Trouble Killer. But the flash for nothing, still really well executed, straight over to the mid lane, and that's, yeah, so you're just going to hop away from the stun there. He's got time.
Yeah, I mean, really good pressure there out of Trouble Killer, getting the flash off of Bear. Once he hit level 6, he looked to get that final blow, getting that public execution in for the kill. But Bear playing smart, knowing he's got a flash out there, not trying to fight that one when he already had lost the earlier trade. But because Ryu tried to get that gank in the mid lane, it's going to be the first dragon here for Dorado, while Ryu on the top side is going to be starting up these Void Grubs, so looking to trade the first set of neutral objectives.
Yeah, a classic move. Something that surprisingly I haven't seen necessarily too much of in recent months is the good old fashioned grubs for Drake, but we see it once again here. Just another handshake. But you're talking about the CS department earlier. A few of these. Ryu also started to get ahead with the double scuttle. It's just generally high alert. Being ahead in the CS, but despite that, I'm gonna assume maybe is that plates that they get the gold. The gold, I'm sure it has to be plates where they that leaves this level, but
Yeah, it was I think it's the first blood gold that was picked up for the side of Dorado that's keeping it even, and then Cora having that CS advantage in the mid lane, which is expected in the melee to range matchup. But I mean, overall, the CS is evening out in the bottom lane and showing just the difference between top for the side of Hyler and mid for the side of Dorado. But it looks like we're going to have not as an early action-packed game as we had in our first series. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a slower early game. And you mentioned it, when we were waiting for us to load in, that Dorado's average game time is about 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
So we might be in for a slow burn here in this series, depending on how it ends up getting played out. So hope everybody's got their drinks and everybody's strapped in, because we might be in for a little bit of a longer series here in our second one for the day.
It's honestly an achievement within itself that with how many new important objectives that Riot keeps adding, that average game time of 40 minutes. It's not necessarily an inherently good or bad thing. Obviously, they sit 2-2 so far this season. I just don't know how they manage it, really.
We have a little bit of an asterisk on their 2-2 because the first week their 2 game wins were in 4v5s that were about 50 minutes to almost an hour long. So a little bit of an asterisk on the
Oh,
Dorado
wait,
record,
Solar
but
Flare will drop. Sunrise finds the cleanse onto Verge, and then the attention now changes over to Rucha, who does not have any survivability on that Zyra. That being said, the return onto Warlock is huge, and now the double bandage toss might be able to find its way onto Sunrise. Not quite. So the trade of kills in the bottom lane does put Dorado Gaming 1 kill away from those from the feats of strength at the very least.
yeah, I mean, it was a really nice cleanse out of Verja on the Solar Flare, but it was immediately, ended up getting Rucha in the end because the Chains of Corruption came out and was able to get on top of him, and Warlock was there for a good gank, and Corey just playing real safe on this Azir the second that Full Metal tried to get aggressive, just uses the EQ combo to get out of a gank that was coming in the mid lane. But I think Corey is happy with how this lane has been going so far. She's just getting to farm up for free, and it's just going to be a problem in these later game team fights if she is ignored. But Bear's getting the worst of the trades up here in the top lane. Troublekiller playing this Mbessa matchup really well so far, despite being down in CS, always winning out on these trades every time we look up to this top side.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly why the counter to Cassante is Mbessa. Mbessa also scales relatively decently as well, and you can have an alright scaling there on a favorable matchup. You lock that in every single time, and you take what you can, move on. So you sit around a little bit longer. Next few grubs are coming up in a few seconds, as well as next straight. We might be able to see that again. The public execution going wide, and now all out from Bear. They favor themselves in this. Trouble kill taken very low. Bear, can he do it? Not going to get the Q3 proc there on the Sanse, just going wide. But now Ryu is here. Flash for the stun, secures the kill. And now it's 2 for 2 in terms of kills. And both these teams are now only 1 kill away from the feats of strength. Feats of warfare.
Yeah, I think Bear sidestepping that public execution is what
Oh, the ult will be dropped from Verja, but the Chains of Corruption also coming through. Feat of Warfare claimed on the solo kill by Tortuga. Varus, what a strong champion. 2 kills now on the belt of the Dorado ADC. Warlock going to use the Curse of the Sad Mummy and followed up by the Solar Flare, going to really CC lock this Zyra, but the hero's entrance will reduce the magic damage coming through, keeping Rucha alive, who burns down now, but I don't think it'll matter too much back in this fight. Very much going the way of High Alert. Korra and Troublekiller in full retreat. Not quite going to be able to land the Zenith Blade there by Ryu, but still a really well taken fight by High Alert.
Yeah, I don't like the way that Warlock
oh wait, hold on. We're not done just yet. Full Metal out of mana, but the stun comes through on both Korra and... Oh, that is a great Emperor's Divide to push the side of High Alert away, and still on full health. Korra and Troublekiller going to send Full Metal very dangerously low, keeping them out of this one for a little bit longer and alive for now. Hold on, wait, Korra could be dead as the rest of the side of High Alert are here, going to have to flash away now. So staying a little bit too long in that fight, and still only 1 grub taken over the side of Dorado Gaming in that fight.
Yeah, Dorado not wanting to give up on this grubs play. I was going to try to say in the original first fight there, they're trying to get Verja again, but he has to flash away from the Solar Flare on that one. Otherwise, I think he would have gone down there because the Chains of Corruption is back off cooldown. Yep. But, I mean, the way Warlock and Sunrise played that first fight at that grubs when they used both their ultimates, I didn't like that because where's the damage coming from? Because they were not going to win that 2v2 between a Zyra and a Viego as a Leona and in a Mumu. So ended up losing out on that play, but it ended up getting turned back around somehow, being able to get the second set of grubs and put themselves at 2 neutral objectives now. But it looks like Dragon might be the response here for the side of High Alert. So it looks like just another trade of these neutral objectives. And I mean, definitely a super close game so far. It's 4-4 in kills. Both teams got 2 sets of set of grubs, a dragon apiece, and we're dead even in the gold lead department.
Yeah, it's not. There's nothing to separate these two after 15 minutes, and so we sit, and so now we just sit around and wait for the, I guess, hairy moments to ensue, and just how, I mean, seesawing this game has been so far. It said Sunrise might not be in vision for now. We've seen the amount of damage that Tortuga and Sunrise do have available. The Solar Flare is back up version, no flash. Does have that cleanse still available if Sunrise does go for this, but I think at this point, the amount of poke that Rucha has, and there it goes, the cleanse comes through. The Solar Flare only finds the slow, but that won't matter. Rucha's taken low, taken down on the burn from the Ignite. Verger will try to find some damage on the back end of this, but it's just tickling Sunrise. And very well done by the bot lane of Dorado Gaming once again.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tortuga's been playing this game out so well so far. We saw him get that solo kill on Diversion in the bot lane to give his team the feats of warfare, and then ready to sync up with Sunrise on that play, knowing that even if Version does cleanse one of these CC abilities, he's going to get locked up by the other one. And it turned into a positive play. Sunrise was super tanky, even early levels on this Leona without any items because of the W and just taking reduced damage and having those increased resistances. Turned into a good play. Sadly, the Ignite was what picked that one up.
Trouble Killer might have a bit on this one. Tower Shot comes through, and now the public execution going forward. Trouble Killer again will try to find the kill. Bears going low, going down. Shut down. Getting claimed by Trouble Killer. Shut down?
Yeah, shutdown.
I guess.
I mean, Bear was 1-0-2, so maybe, and because maybe the early CS gold, I wish I could tell you how shutdowns work in League of Legends anymore. I don't get it. Like, sometimes my team is like 3k gold behind, but yet my AD carry has a bounty on his head, and I'm like, I'm not sure how this one works. But regardless, Bear got shut down by Trouble Killer. That's going to be nice for the Mbessa up in this top lane. As more pressure just coming out from Tortuga and Sunrise in this bot lane. They're looking to get a collapse onto Sunrise here, though.
Sunrise is in a world of trouble on the wrong side of this map. Can't really go anywhere at this point. We'll use the Zenith Blade to try to escape. Might just be able to do it. Ryu does actually, in the end, take down Sunrise, and the reset's coming through on the Heartbreaker. Double kill for Ryu. Will have the reset on that Heartbreaker. Will be able to find not quite the third, but it is still 3 kills going to the side of High Alert for none. Really well played by Ryu and High Alert in general.
Yeah, and I think Sunrise was definitely out of position there. I don't think that the rest of Dorado should have tried to, go and save their support because it just turned into such a bad play for them. But Korea picking up a solo first turret in the mid lane here, so that is going to just be the feat of strength.
The passive, we don't really see the Azir passive doing too much damage, but now under the tower, Korra will be dove. And the rest of High Alert arrives. Rucha picking up that.
Yeah, not a lot of damage coming out from that passive just yet, and not a lot of damage coming out from Korra. Oh, excuse me, right now on this build. But, starting to scale up in this game, they're going to have a lot of gold in their pocket. They did get that first turret, and interesting, they went for
all out going to be used by Bear. Trouble Killer now going to be stunned up by Ryu. Bear getting that revenge kill onto Trouble Killer with the help of his team. Very well done again by High Alert. And these last few minutes by High Alert, I mean, it's been very even for the first 16 or so minutes of this one, going back and forth. But High Alert have kicked it into a whole new gear very, very quickly.
Yeah, and really well played by Ryu on this Viego so far. He's been part of every single kill that his team has. And they're going to pick up the neutral objective. Sadly, they cannot get the feats of strength because Korra got that first turret in the mid lane. And I thought it's interesting that Korra is choosing to go for the Berserker Greaves in this game. Normally you see the Magic Pen boots out of the Azir, but definitely going for the sustained damage in a team fight, looking for that auto attack shred. And could, be good for the side lane as well. Already pushing down another turret, and with that Demolish proc is going to help them pick up their second solo turret of this game. So Korra getting a lot of gold into her pocket on this Azir, going to be looking to be the carrier for this game against Ryu on this Viego.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a big fan of that Berserker Greaves choice at this point. Warlock will use the Curse of Sad Mummy to stun up Ryu, who will Heartbreaker get away. It's a ill advised from Warlock, and now the hero's entrance from the Galio comes through. Full Metal picking up that kill. Version taken low, though. Version down. So is Korra. Tortuga is alive. Will actually, it is Ryu dodging out that damage from Tortuga using his Viego passive there. Again, another good fight from High Alert. And oh, Full Metal Justice Punch hits Tortuga. Uppercut makes him study. A public execution will come through, and at least it's one kill from Trouble Killer. Is it the second? Not quite. The one only in response, but still High Alert come out the beneficiaries, the benefactors of that one.
Yeah, and I mean, Verja hit a crucial crystal arrow onto Cora as she tried to get that TP flank in there, so delayed her getting in and getting that damage out. Maybe if they were in earlier, it would have been enough to turn that team fight. But now, this Viego still has not gone down in this game. They're going to contest for
Warlocks is here. I know. Warlock will steal the Drake away. Ryu going low on the wrong side of the map. Taken down. 1K shut down for Warlock. Going over to that Amumu. I guess if you did want that 1K shutdown going on to somebody on the side of High Alert, you would say, okay, we could give it over to Warlock, but still, 1,000 gold is no laughing matter in any situation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that they were able to get there and contest from that, but because we are on another Hextech map here in this, in this day that we have in the Premier League, getting back onto the map faster thanks to those Hex gates, and Cora could be in a little bit of trouble here. They know Full Metal
should be fine.
And they're good.
Yeah, Azir things.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Verja, even though he went down in that earlier team fight in the mid lane, his Crystal Arrow really was the reason that it was able to go that way, because Core wasn't there to pump out damage or get a huge Shroom shuffle back towards the turret. It was really important there. And I mean, Ryu on this Viego is a scary, scary situation to be dealing with. Already at 2.5 items here. And, he did get shut down by Warlock, but we saw in that team fight, despite all the damage they were putting into him, he was able to get the resets and able to stay alive throughout all of it and cause so much mayhem in the team fight.
A bit interesting, though, the Titanic Hydra on Viego. I don't think he builds too much extra health, so I don't know if you have any insight to that, but I think it's a little bit strange, at least conceptually.
I mean, he might be going for the Sterix Gauge as his third item to give him that survivability when he dives into the back line. So it would make sense to be going for the Titanic Hydra, but I've seen, the Kraken Slayer into, Blade of the Rune King and stuff like that. So definitely something I'm not too familiar with in this Viego pathing, but, I mean, he's doing good so far, so I'm going to trust him until, something goes sour in the recipe.
Yeah, it's just maybe... Sometimes Boris is a little bit strong. I'm just curious as to why. It seems a bit strange because Blade of the Rune King is definitely that confident, and that pretty much confirms that it will be as you suspected with the two Ruby Crystal purchase from Ryu there. Almost certainly going to be the Sterix Gauge. So yeah, I can see it. I'm not familiar with that sort of I'm not picking up what he's putting down just yet anyway. Ryu though will actually find the stun, the sidestepping, the bait and switch, finds the way. Cora with the Shrima Shuffle, Emperor's Divide will be canceled out will be buffered by the Heartbreaker, and now they find Dorado Gaming will find their way onto Root Shop, picking up that kill now. Warlock claiming it on the other end. That being said, 2 Flax at the back. Verja doing a lot of work here. Will slow down this escape furthermore. Don't know if the Heartbreaker isn't available for this Viego. It will go down. Warlock picking that up. Full Metal will use the Hero's Entrance to try to turn this one around. Public Execution will find its way onto the back line of Verja. Trouble Killer picking that one up. Tortuga flashing away is damaged here for Tortuga. Is an interesting cleanse there. Not really any CC on Tortuga. I don't think it would have mattered either way. Bear picking up that kill in a very long fight between High Alert and Dorado.
Yeah, Tortuga was kiting really well, but just not able to get away from the Galio and the Xante combo. But, I mean, he had a really good Chain of Corruption as soon as Ryu tried to flash in there and get some damage down. And even with the heroic entrance from Full Metal, they were able to get him down. But I think the worst part about that is both those kills that they ended up getting, both went on to Warlock, not the ideal character that you want them on. I think you would have preferred them to go on to Tortuga, exactly. But, I mean, It's starting to look a little rough here for Dorado, the way that Hyler has been playing this map. I think Cora's been doing a good job in the side lane. She's picked up 3 turrets for herself. The only 3 that have gone down for the side of Dorado have all gone into Cora's pocket, but not linking up in these team fights can make it a little bit hard because it feels like a nice source of damage, consistent damage, and gold that you have is always in the side lanes for these plays. But it looks like we're going to be getting a team fight brewing up here as we have the next dragon spawning onto the map here in 10 seconds.
Rift Maker going to be the option for Cora, so really specking into that sustained damage, really ensuring that she will be alive for the duration of these fights. I am not familiar with with the cut of that Jip. Don't know if I'm immediately a big fan of it. I haven't been a huge fan of it so far, but I mean, we've only had a small sample size through these fights. Let's wait and see. It looks like we won't have to wait long either. Cora will be engaged on, and the Enchanted Crystal Air will find its way down onto Walk Warlock. The Amumu now getting playing Bear as well onto the back line. That's Tortuga getting picked up by a High Alert. The ADC no longer available will ensure that High Alert is able to pick up this Drake.
Yeah, that was a huge engage by Bear and Full Metal to be able to get on top of Cora. Having to burn the flash doesn't even get the ultimate off there to help peel for the team. So really identifying the angle that they had to make that engage happen was High Alert and able to pick up 2 kills and their second dragon in this game and start to rotate towards the top side, start setting up for this Baron, and Sunrise just barely gets out here, but it looks like pings are coming onto this Otacon.
Otacon, yeah, there, yep, it started straight away. Walk Warlock and Tortuga both coming up now. They are alive and on the map. They still have to walk over to this one. Otacon down at half health now as Trouble Killer and Cora XTC have arrived. 5k HP onto the Otacon. 3k now, 2k. Will they find a way in? No, they do not. And High Alert, without much contest, will be able to pick up the Otacon for themselves.
Oh, wait. That's a Baron started, though, for the side of Dorado.
Do they know? They think they do. They will have to turn around now. Baron down to 6k HP. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find its way in onto Trouble Killer. The double taunt will come through it, and the CC comes down now, but the damage isn't quite there for High Alert. They will end up picking up Bear now. Not damage, I say, wasn't there. It wasn't there for the kill. Now the Walk Warlock will go in now, but it's a little bit too early and won't be able to steal the Baron. We'll be able to get at least one of the Otacon buffs off, but still very well done by High Alert.
Yeah, High Alert finding these big engages every time they need to, with Full Metal getting multi-man taunts, and then Bear just being a frontline menace, not letting Cora sit around and get the
Cora, this isn't where you want to be. Rucha and Bear here. There's nowhere Cora can go. Cora's just, it's over. Yep. Sent back to the base. Bear picking up yet another kill, surprisingly. A bit, maybe not super quietly, more of like a indoor voice sort of performance, despite the fact that they're 8-2-4.
Yeah, and I mentioned it in the Champ Select. Bear on Cassante is a different animal, and he's showing it right here. 8-2-4. Full Metal on this Galio hasn't gone down yet, and then Ryu on this Viego is just absolutely, he started it off for the team in this early game and letting everybody else take over in the late game. So I also really like the Ashe pickup, letting Verja be that facilitator, not having a single kill yet, but always at the right place, right time, hitting key Enchanted Crystal Arrows onto multi-targets. But now with the Baron buff and the Otacon to tail them up, they're going to look to start breaking open the space of 28
Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find its way onto Sunrise, who is then quickly taken down in succession there. Walk Warlock will try to find the way in onto Full Metal to continue the tower aggro. Won't quite find the bandage toss. And it will be High Alert on their way, hightailing it out of there without much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, another good ultimate out of Verja to pick up that kill. And even with the Otacon withdrawals, they choose not to continue the dive. They choose to back off and take their resets. So that's going to fall off them soon. So it looks like they're not going to be giving over that 200 gold to the side of Dorado. So we'll have to play a little bit safer and not go for some crazy tower dives and give over shutdowns now at this point in the game. But I mean, High Alert having a really clean game so far and playing, really well, pushing the aggression when they need to, find huge engagements from different players every single time, whether it's Bear, Full Metal Versia, or even Ryu on this Viego, and it's been working out wonderfully for them so far in this game number 1.
Yeah. Ever since about 16 minutes, High Alert can seem to do basically nothing wrong. They've ballooned their lead to nearly 9K gold at this point. Baron Baron under their belts. I guess I mean, there's not a lot for them to take on the map available now. At the very least, they haven't done too well in singing up these waves. There's one criticism I have of this use of Baron for them. It has been a little bit easier for Dorado to survive the pressure after that first push, and now as it goes down, it could have maybe been a little bit more synchronized there from High Alert, but still overall, it's how much will that actually matter?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, despite that one push, they're only able to do that the one time with the Baron because they never, properly set up their waves because they had to just immediately contest the Baron after they took the Otacon. But they'll still be happy with that because the Baron didn't go over to Dorado, didn't let them stall out the game they wanted to. But just looking at this game in the series in a grand scheme of things, it has a big implication on the standings because of how close these two teams are. They're kind of fighting for that last playoff spot because I believe Monkeys has already been eliminated from contention for the playoffs after losing their series yesterday. But this High Alert team is on the brink of being able to sneak into that last playoff spot. They're going to pick up their Dragon, put them on the sole point here. And I mean, this High Alert team is ramping up, getting ready to hopefully make that push into playoffs and then deeper with a run. But Dorado, they still can come back in this game. They still have the way to start a fight and hopefully have the damage to back it up. Now, you have Cora on 3 items, Tortuga's on 2.5. So hopefully they have the way to make something work here. They just have to find the right opportunity to go for it.
I think the High Alert, I mean, to preface this, even High Alert is still very much in a must-win situation, but I think their 1-3 record might be a little bit bait because despite being 1-3, they're still 4-6 in their individual games. So they've done really well to manage to pick up as many wins as they can, even in these losses. And so, if they do manage to win here today, they go up to 2-3. I think they've done a really good job of at least winning a game in their losses, which does go a long way for those final playoff spots. When you get into them, I remember it was about 2 seasons ago in Blue Water Diamond where the difference for the final playoff spot was the point score, and it was We Love Solbert Mishmash Edition, who, despite only winning like 2 or 3 series the whole entire season, I want to say they only lost 1 series 0-2, and that's what it took for them. So I think High Alert, generally, like I said, it's a bit bait for their 1-3 scoreline and 1-3 record, and if they especially continue to play like this, they've put themselves in a pretty decent spot to at least qualify, I think.
Yeah, I do think this High Alert team is really well despite that 1-3 record like you were alluding to. I mean, I've got to cast them quite a few times now thanks to us always casting the games for the Premier League. And I mean, these players have been, playing better every week, especially Bear and Ryu as this top jungle combo. It feels like they take over games a lot of times by themselves and are like big X factors for the side of High Alert. But I mean, I think the same thing for the Dorado team. I think they have been playing well. It just seems like they're kind of outclassed today. Maybe it's not having their main support here who may be like the main shot caller for them and can be a little bit harder to play in that situation. But now that this Baron is back on the Rift, High Alert is putting pings onto it. They're going to be starting this one up, and it's going to be on Dorado.
Do you think, does Dorado know? They're not even moving.
They don't know. I think they're willing to give this one up to try to get some gold in their pockets, but they're not even pushing in the mid wave anymore. They're just backing off. Definitely an interesting macro decision here out of the side of Dorado Gaming, now looking to just take resets and potentially defend their base from a game-ending push here.
Yeah, I saw what they were going for. They're trying to. I mean, they do have the objective bounties up and available. If they were able to push that mid wave fast enough into that mid tier 2, they pick up that mid tier 2. That's an extra few hundred gold under everybody's pockets, which is desperately needed when you're down 10k gold. And you really can't contest that Baron effectively. I do see what they were trying to do. It just didn't quite work. Warlock going to have to flash away from that enchanted crystal arrow. Not going to be able to as easily find a way in on the Samumu just yet. First inhibitor now getting picked up. Full Metal will get in close. Taunt's only trouble killer. Won't push much further, but Persia does so much damage with the Q active on the Ashe. It's getting Trouble Kill down to half health, forcing them back into their own fountain. It just allows a little bit more time to push in this top wave now for High Alert.
Yeah, the Ashe buffs are real. She does do a lot of damage now, especially with the build that Versa has been going. But this top tower is now under siege. It looks like the defense is going to have to come sooner rather than later from the side of Dorado.
Otherwise, but that's a really good solar flare by Sunrise onto Ryu, and the public execution didn't land though, and so there's not enough damage anymore. Sunrise on the wrong side of this map. Triple kill it just maybe 1 or 2 pixels short from being able to layer that CC, but with that it just wasn't enough to find the kills, and now they're down a champion. As they push to the base, there's really little that Dorado can do at this point. 2 inhibitors missing. Minions walking in everywhere. It's just more and more difficult every second that passes for Dorado.
Yeah, they're going to have to find an engage from Warlock onto crucial members and then hopefully get a nice Shurima shuffle out of Korra, but it's looking harder as the seconds pass. But it looks like High Alert gonna back off here, spend some gold that they got from this Baron push, and look to, claim their soul dragon here before they look to end this game. Ryu not even going to the dragon, just here to zone off Warlock from even walking in as the rest of the team picks up Hex Tech Soul for them, gonna take a base, and then look to regroup and push for the game winner as soon as they're all back on the map after spending their gold.
Yeah, 12k gold, Hex Tech Soul, nice fresh recall. It's it would be a monumental collapse from High Alert for Dorado to even once. We even saw it in the previous game too, between from the Spire and Conduit. They were, even if like Dorado plays out these fights perfectly, I doubt to see how it even matter at this point.
Yeah, the gold lead at this point, it makes it really hard to get any like last hits on to enemy champions to get shutdowns when it feels like you just don't have the damage, because they have all these extra bonus stats now and are able to just survive everything that you're trying to do. Like Ryu on this Viego has gone for this tankier bruiser build. And then, like I said, Galio's basically a full tank. Bear's a full tank unless he, drops his resistances when he goes all out. But they're laying siege to this last inhibitor turret in the bot lane. A lot of damage coming out thanks to that soul, that Hex Tech Soul. And it's going to be really hard for Dorado to make a defense here. They're going to have to look for and engage sooner rather than later.
They will try to find it onto Korra. They're dealing a lot of damage. Bear is still going forward. Enchanted Crystal Arrow will fight its way onto Sunrise. Won't push that any further. So look there, dropped by Sunrise. Only finds Full Metal. Not really someone you want to be going onto just yet. But gotta try something at this point. And here's the last ditch attempt from Dorado Gaming. Will they find it? They're low now. They're nuts. There's just not enough damage under their belts. Full Metal gets that kill. They push forward. This was inevitable for the longest time. 4 kills now for High Alert. Korra, the last one alive. Maybe she can get 1 kill in return, potentially, but it still won't matter. Clean ace for High Alert. And what has seemed inevitable for at the very least the last 10 minutes finally comes to fruition. High Alert take game 1 in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, Dorado did have a good early start of the game and played like a really solid first 10, 15 minutes of the game, but Ryu got some big crucial kills on this Viego and then just started to take over the game and get everybody else involved, and High Alert really turned it around after that. It was around that second grub fight that I feel like really switch into High Alert's
Yeah.
favor. So really well played by them. Full Metal not going down once this entire game. And I mean, despite Cora doing the most damage in the game, that's what you get when you get to beat on a Galleon laning phase all game. It just didn't, mean anything in the end of the game as they did go down. High Alert up 1-0 now over Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, speaking, try not to pile too far onto Cora, but because probably one of the best performers in a rather dead Dorado Gaming performance, I don't think that build helped them at all. It just, there was no damage from these here, despite having a honestly solid amount of gold. Not at the end of the game, obviously,
Yeah.
but like 20 minutes in, it just felt like Core wasn't doing any damage in this fight, and it's unfortunate. And it is unfortunate that Boris strikes again.
Yeah, I mean, well played by High Alert. Dorado is going to have to look to bounce back in the second game. We're going to head to a break as we get ready for our second draft, and we'll see you guys when we come back for that. And welcome back, everybody. We are getting ready for our game number 2 draft here between Dorado Gaming and High Alert. Dorado going to be on the blue side this time. High Alert going to be on the red side. And so far, we're seeing the same first set of bans here for both teams. Really curious to see what priorities here are this time. And like you mentioned in the first game, Nocturne going to be banned away from Ryu this time on Dorado.
Yeah, I was surprised that it didn't show up at all in game 1, but there's Nocturne now. So we're back to regularly scheduled programming of banning Nocturne away from Ryu. What else to do with that info other than there it is.
Yeah, I mean, so far everything looking standard so far. Gonna ban away the Skarner is High Alert, not wanting Walk Warlock to get a powerful jungler like that. I would really like to see him go for like that Mordekaiser again that we saw last week. Definitely something that not many teams are experienced of playing against, so could really be a way for Dorado to look to push us to a game number 3. But a Jinx ban away, Dorado not wanting to pick that one here for Tortuga in the bot lane, and then a Sejuani ban, which is a champion we don't see quite often anymore. I still think she's a good jungler. It's just like in comparison to the junglers that are super strong right now, not going to be picked up here. So it's going to be a quirky first pick here for Dorado for the side of Tortuga.
I would generally agree with that pick. I think Corki out of the remaining ADCs is probably the strongest one available. Varus not being Varus and Ashe not being available, being picked in game 1, and Jinx ban away the Jinx, and now you ensure that you get yourself the last remaining higher tier ADC, and solid plan from Dorado in my opinion.
Yeah, and then also just looking at the pickups here for High Alert, we get the Ezreal pickup, which I think he is a strong AD carry right now. It just feels like if you're not landing those Mystic shots, he doesn't really do a whole lot of damage. But I also do really like the Xin Zhao pick here for Ryu after how he played that Viego in the first game. I expect him to do similar things on this high-tempo, aggressive ganking jungler. And then Udyr picked up for Walk Warlock. I have, it's been banned away from him a few times throughout the Premier League, so happy to see him get his hands on this one. Hopefully he can be more effective on this one than he was on that Amumu in game number 1. But I'm curious if they're going to look for a support pairing here with the Corki, or if they're going to look to blind a strong top or mid laner here, depending on how they're feeling with their draft so far. And it is a top laner. It's the Aatrox locked in for Trouble Killer.
Yeah, we did point out how impactful these solo lanes should be in this series, and especially after 18 minutes in game 1, we just saw how much Ryu and it's not Ethereal Ice in the mid lane, Full Metal were in that matchup. So picking up a solid, strong solo laner in the Aatrox, one that I'm going to assume Trouble Killer has a lot of experience on. It does. I agree with that choice.
Yeah, and then the Volibear picked up here, so that's going to be for Bear in the top lane into the Aatrox. We saw how strong Volibear can be in that first series that we had today with Witchhack Blast Mass, playing it in the jungle. So going to be a little bit different situation, but basically the same build up in the top lane. But now a Rise band away here on the side of High Alert, not wanting Core to have another one of those super farm heavy scaling up champions, because they can perform on them. It just felt like it was a little doomed for the side of Dorado once like Cora did, have gold and have items that already kind of fell over at that point in the game. But now Dorado going to ban away Karma, not wanting to give that strong pairing with Ezreal over that lane. Gives out so much harass. It just makes it really hard to play in the laning phase as a whole. So I'm really curious to see what support we're going to get paired with the Ezreal alongside this Corki, because I know I've seen Nami paired a lot with Corki. It is a really strong duo, but not sure if that's the angle that Dorado is going to be looking for.
Let's wait and see. I think it's definitely dependent on these bans. Nautilus going to be the take away from High Alert. Focused, just a variable focus in their 2 bans. I mean, Nami, I would be fine. I think, unless of course they. Oh.
All right.
Well,
not even an option anymore.
All right. I was thinking Nami Corgi could be okay, but no, sure. I don't. kind of like that Melio ban in the game 1 in the previous series. It's like, why would you take that option away from yourself? Maybe they know something we don't. It could be familiarity on the champion, and I'm not too intimately familiar with these players. So
Yeah.
either way, the Seraphine coming through for high alert can be the option. They're going to assume it's going to be going down. Well, no, I do like this because it does give you flexibility there between mid and support. I would prefer it to go to support at this point, unless they pull out highlight pull out something I hadn't thought of myself. But still, giving you that interchangeability between the two does give you a solid final pick, I believe, for highlight. I do like that.
Yeah, and I mean the Seraphine does pair very well with Zinzao. Zinzao really liking to have these enchanters to power him up whenever he goes in for these team fights and just fights in general. But really interesting last two picks here for the side of Dorado. They're gonna lock in. Oh, sorry, that's not locked in the Maokai. It's still being hovered right now. But the Rel here in the support role for Sunrai, I think that is his best champion, and it gives them a really solid engage option. I think the Maokai would definitely be an interesting pick here. If they went for it, they're going to go for the Ari instead. Yeah, I was going to say, if they went for Maokai, they really lack damage, and it'd be
Yeah.
it rocks mid, but they're just going to lock in the Ari here for Cora, looking to have some early game pressure, because Ari is really good at that early game scrapping and fighting alongside the Udyr, so looking to have that strong 2v2 pressure in the mid jungle combo and looking to fight for early grubs. I do like this Ari pick. It can feel hard in this game for Dorado. You are such short range that if you're not positioned well for these team fights, it's going to be really rough. And that's going to be the Seraphine support and the Orianna mid here. So Orianna also pairs really well with the Zinzao. You get to go in as either Zin or Voli, followed up by that Shockwave, can be a really big turning point in a team fight for High Alert. So overall, I do like both of these drafts here that we got on our screen right now, Isaac.
Yeah, not on the Orianna pick, not only that, it's also just a little bit extra shielding and utility as well to get the Volibear and the Xinjiao in even further. That extra move speed are going to be, I think, could also very well be crucial for this high alert composition. Speaking of Volibear and high alert, was it it was the we'll show them all last week instead on the Volibear, who went kind of insane in that game 1. And that was powered up by a Seraphine as well. And we just saw how much shielding and healing that this Volibear can get behind it. The amount of damage you do with that Rod of Ages Flicker Blades build, I think does go a bit crazy. And on the side of Dorado Gaming, even though the Udyr Ari combination very strong early, it might be a little bit tough for Dorado Gaming to really do enough damage if these fights go long enough to really break through the amount of heals and shields that High Alert have drafted for themselves.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they're going to have to get some burst damage, like early picks and burst onto a target before they can get topped off by the Seraphine. So it kind of feels similar to how that first game between the Spire and Conduit was when they had that Soraka and Swain combination. So it's really going to be on Dorado to get these crucial picks with Ari and the rest of the CC that they have drafted up. But we're going to head to a short break here as we wait for the spectator delay, getting ready to bring us in for a second game between High Alert and Dorado Gaming. We'll see y'all in a little bit. And welcome back. We're on the Rift here for game number 2 between Dorado Gaming and High Alert. Dorado Gaming on the blue side, High Alert in the red side. And I'm going to hold my breath here as we might be getting some level 1 shenanigans out of Dorado Gaming.
I think Bear saw that. I'm pretty sure Bear saw that. And actually, yeah, Bear definitely saw that. So Bear's just going to back away, call some friends over just in case. You're not going to find any damage. And, well, it is some availability, some extra vision for the side of Dorado should they choose to go for it. Yep, there's the board. So yeah, vision gained for Dorado Gaming early on. Not much more.
All right. And while we have this moment of no action, I'm going to take that to give a quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game-changing app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With ProComps, you receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. And once again, that is procomps.gg. Procomps are sponsor for Blue Otter Premier League.
I always find the web domains kind of funny. So like you're like this is on like twitch.tv because these are like national web domains. So like .gg is the national web domain of Guernsey, small island nation in the English Channel. And I just find it very clever. Like, so .tv's Tuvalu. I don't know where I'm going with this, but oh wait, hold on. I don't need to go anywhere with this because that's going to be the flash away from Full Metal and a very nice charge from Korra and the follow up flash onto the orb. Solo kill, first blood in the mid lane for Korra.
Okay, Korra, showing up here early in this game number 2 for Dorado. That's exactly what you want out of an Ahri in the early game, is finding so much lane pressure, because she does do a lot of damage early in the game and able to just show us that they're exactly picking up the first blood on Metal thanks to hitting that crucial charm when she hit level 3 and really push the advantage in that lane, picking up a nice flash, orb of deception, getting up that first blood for herself.
Yeah, I mean, just honestly played perfectly by Korra there, but we won't have much time to take a breath in between the two because Warlock is there in the bottom lane. Maybe have tried to look for potential gank there. We'll just move up towards the Scuttle Crab instead, though.
Yeah, I mean, both junglers on opposite sides of the maps here. We see that Ryu is on the top side picking up the Scuttle Crab themselves. Warlock pick up the one on the bot side here. And Sunrise going to take a lot of harass in this lane, just similar to the last game. It's double range into melee range. Always hard to survive laning phase super long, but Korra going to have to be a little bit safer in the mid lane. You don't have flash anymore.
Ryu will quite find the mark there. Very nice micro. Some fancy feet from Korra to ensure that nothing comes out of that gank. And actually does slow down Ryu maybe just a little bit there. Having Warlock being able to get that recall down just a few seconds earlier there on a Spire who should have a faster clear, I think. I might be wrong with it. Yeah,
definitely at this point, now that he has Faded Ashes, it's definitely going to be easier for him to clear these camps than Xin Zhao will be, just ever so slightly. And also just because of recall timers, he's just going to have the advantage that way. But, I mean, Korra played really well so far in this first game. That's definitely what you want after how the last game went for the Dorado team as a whole. You want a point on the map to be playing for, and that might end up being Korra in this game. But, I mean, overall, not much is going to be coming out of these early levels unless Korra tries to go for something against once she does hit level 6. But Tortuga is down a little bit of CS now, only because he took a recall before the Ezreal did. He's going to be able to pick up all the CS here in the bottom lane and I believe be even or just one CS behind at this point.
As we kind of slow down a bit, it is going to take a look over at the farm a little bit, as you mentioned, it's relatively even across the board, other than that advantage starting to be guarded in the mid lane. So something, it's bear on the bear.
Yeah.
It's bear on the bear. I love it. The name synergy is well, I guess it didn't necessarily work out for Sunrise last time out, so I don't know. Maybe it is a curse, but I'm a fan for that. I'm a fan of that. But it's going on this name synergy. There's no turtle champion. I now want a turtle champ. Next, Riot, give me a turtle champion. I like turtles.
We had one, and then they reworked Udyr, so we didn't have a turtle
Oh, that's
champion
yeah. I
anymore.
know. No more turtle champ. I want.
Yeah.
I mean, even then, Udyr wasn't like specifically just a turtle champ. I want like the next top lane tank to be like a turtle monster guy.
Does Rammus not count for you?
He's an arm. I thought he was more of like an
He's kind of like a
armadillo.
weird armadillo turtle thing. Who knows what he actually is? But as we debate the existence of Rammus as a whole, it's going to be a neutral objective trade here for both sides. Early Dragon for Dorado, early Grubs for High Alert, and I mean, it feels like once again we're going to have a pretty boring early game until we start ramping up, people start getting their items and stuff like that. But I mean, I think you are kind of happy as High Alert more than you are as Dorado, because you have Orianna Ezreal who like to scale up into the game. Yes, Tortuga on this Corki does scale pretty well, but Ari kind of feels like she hits a point and kind of starts to fall off in the game. So High Alert would be happy to play the scaling game.
Yeah, and I covered on this during draft, but with that additional scaling, with the heals and shields available from both Full Metal and Rucha, I just don't know if there's enough damage available on this Dorado Gaming comp to really push through that. If we let this game run a little bit longer, even though I'm Corki skill, but I mean not nearly as much is available, and so since it's kind of drab, I mean, Dorado Gaming are used to the 40-minute game times though. Counterpoint.
They do make it work somehow, even if they do get outscaled, they can make it work. So maybe if they are able to get to 40 minutes this time in an even state, that they will be able to make this one work for themselves, unlike that first game. But I mean, yeah, like I was saying before, we're not going to be getting a lot of action. It's just going to be a lot of waves trading back and forth, getting their resets and everything like this. We see Trouble Killer going for the early Grievous Wounds here into that matchup into Bear. Makes a lot of sense in that 1v1. But, I mean, otherwise, nothing too crazy being built for both sides so far. I think Bear is going to be going for the Bow special of going for that Cosmic Drive first item on the Volibear top.
Cosmic Drive. I was expecting Rod of Ages, because I think that's been a little bit more common, at least that I've seen recently out of Volibear players. But yeah, the Kindle Gem and the I don't know, the CDR AP book.
Fiendish
that I forget the name of. Fiendish Codex. Yes. Definitely going to be moving into that Cosmic Drive. It's a fun build. And I guess it's fine, but I think because High Alert, I mean, I guess if they scale enough, who really needs the extra scaling from Rod of Ages? That might be a little bit overkill, but I don't know. I like Roa.
I think I really like the idea of the Cosmic Drive build, just because it gives you that movement speed and that CDR, and it can really help you give that sticking power that you do need sometimes. So I think it makes sense on Volibear top specifically, not so much in the jungle, just because you don't really get the gold to be able to build a lot of items in the jungle sometimes, so it feels like that Rod of Ages is the better option, because you just get a free level off of it, because sometimes in the later games you're just dropping your CS to give it to your mid laner or your AD carry. But now we're going to get
Sunrise will charge forward, stun up Rucha. The Encore will find two, but it's not enough as Tortuga from the minion won't quite go down, and Sunrise taking low. Versia still alive. On the other hand, won't quite be able to find lethal onto Tortuga, who's dead. Wait, oh yeah, wow. 2 kills over to Dorado Gaming off screen.
Yeah, and now that's 4 kills for the side of Dorado. That is the feats of strength for them. Feats of Warfare here in the early game. So definitely off to a better start in this game number 2 than they had in that game number 1. Or no, sorry, a similar start. Hopefully they can keep it this time in comparison to game number 1. And two of those kills this time are on Korra, who, you know, is on this Ari and is already at a fully completed item at this point in the game. At 10 minutes in, we already have that Malignance coming out. So definitely sitting pretty so far in this game, and is going to be a real threat come these next sets of neutral objective fights that we have. As we see the top side, the pings are on the grubs, they're already positioned around it. It looks like we're going to have another trade of neutral objectives unless Dorado wants to go and contest this dragon when it spawns with 30 seconds.
I mean, they might have enough time to. My main concern with that is that Korra has yet to recall, sitting only on about half health. Could be a bit problematic there, especially with the push in both bot and mid. Actually, if you look over to the bot side, it could be Tortuga in a bit of trouble, taken low and down now, 3v1. Not much you can really do there on the Corki after you use the Valkyrie away. And so yeah, with Corki also going down now, I could suspect that this will be a trade in the mid lane, but Sunrise will use Hex Flash to go over. The charm lands onto Full Metal, who's taken down now. Korra going off this game 3-0-1 on the Ari.
Yeah, I mean, Korra played really good, and that was also just a real good timer by... I mean, you could say it's a good timer by Sunrise. His AD carry did end up going down in the end, but, you know, good job making a play out of something that went south. You sit around, you hope that it happens, and Korra hit a nice charm there that let him get that Hex Flash full over the wall into the combo to help lock down Oriana. And the big thing is that they did use the Shockwave there out of Full Metal, so that means that it's not going to be up for this dragon fight if it does come to that.
Yeah, and because it was a bit hesitant to move over to that Drake, it is up now, and so it's not a trade of the neutral objectives as we had suspected it would have been. And so with that Drake up, no Shockwave available on Full Metal. Full Metal also only on the Seraph's Embrace without it being upgraded yet. It's still going to be a while until this high alert team really comes online. And I mean, at least my main concern with Dorado Gaming's composition was that if they don't take the initiative, then it will be very difficult for them. But at least in the last 4 or so minutes, they've definitely stepped up a notch from where they started off, and I think you can't be too disappointed with how it's gone for Dorado.
Yeah, they're looking for Trouble Killer in the top.
Trouble Killer will pop the world, and they will be able to use it to get away. And that does open up the bot lane with all that committed from High Alert to the top side. Will give Dorado Gaming, I believe, yeah, that would give them the feats of strength.
I mean, also in the top lane, Bear ran into the bush that Trouble Killer was in and didn't stun him. It gave me flashbacks of Boostus letting Glada recall in the bush in that first series. But, I mean, Trouble Killer able to get out of that play, has to burn the ultimate for it in the end. But, like you said, feats of strength over here to Dorado already in this game number 2. And definitely looking to continue on the good plays that they made early in this game, looking to continue to scale up into this game. You see Trouble Killer fighting Bear up here in this top lane.
I think Trouble Killer, should be able to have this. Obviously, Bear does have the ultimate on their side to be able to use that World Ender to keep himself alive in that gank. But with how low Bear was, that ultimate was mostly just a health buff for themselves to be able to not risk getting solo killed there.
Yeah, I mean, it was well played by Trouble Killer. Maybe, if you had the ultimate, it could have been the kill there for him onto Bear. But like you said, had to use it in the gank in the top lane. Shockwave comes out there onto Korra, a big chunk of damage. But
here comes the counter from Korra, getting a lot of damage. Spirit Rush not quite in range to target Full Metal, so Korra not going to be able to counterpunch on that Shockwave. Still gets a lot of damage out, and with one rotation of spells, and I guess not even a full rotation of spells because that Spirit Rush didn't really find the extra damage. That was nearly Full Metal completely killed.
Yeah, I think if Ryu wasn't there, I think we would have saw Korra ult forward instead of backwards and look to get the kill onto Full Metal, even under the turret. But now that there's no flash on Full Metal and Korra still does have flash, they could look to just get another 1v1 kill when they both get back to this mid wave. But Korra is starting to go up,
Oh
going for
my
that
god,
Lich
Trouble
Bane
Killer.
second item. Yeah, Trouble Killer doing a lot of damage up here in this top lane to Bear right now.
And then Eclipse completed into what is only the why am I we even said this item multiple
Cosmic
times.
Drive.
Cosmic Drive, I know. I sometimes brain farts, but speaking of Bear, not all that tanky right now. We'll be able to get the shield for now, but no ultimate available. Trouble Killer very comfortably picking up the kill onto the enemy top laner, and it should be the tower as well.
Yeah, so that's going to also be first turret of the game. They're not going to give it solo to Trouble Killer. I don't know.
Berja living dangerously will require Rucha to use the Encore to CC Tortuga, who does get the kill in the 1v3 there. So even though Tortuga does eventually get claimed by Ryu, does a really good job to take all that pressure, even get a kill in return, and give the Rift Herald over to Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, Dorado's playing really good so far in this game. Yeah, they are going to lose their bottom turret for that, but Tortuga almost literally 2v1 the bot lane of High Alert.
Oh, Full Metal. There's another death.
Yeah, but yeah, Tortuga almost 2v1s the bot lane of High Alert, and then they get the Rift Herald, and then Tortuga ends up, not Tortuga, sorry, Korra and Sunrai end up getting that play in the mid lane to get another kill here on Korra, who's sitting at 4-on-1, is almost at that Lich Bane point as well, so this isn't...
Oh, Korra will be targeted though. The charm does find its way onto Ryu, but Ryu's still pushing forward. Flash onto Korra, gets the shutdown. That'll be a lot of gold going under the High Alert's jungler's belt. The Trouble Killer on the teleport does come through now, gets that kill in return, so 1-for-1. Importantly, that is a lot of gold to the side of High Alert.
Yeah, it was a nice job by Ryu there to just have that sticking power on Korra, knowing that the Spirit Rush was down, so she's just not able to get at that one.
Here.
I think he gets the turret, though.
Should. Yeah, there goes the turret. Bear, yeah, Bear's just... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Also, Sunrai having a really good game so far on this rel. It feels like he's all over the place, making plays on the map. And now... you have two big carries right now on the side of Dorado. You have Trouble Killer on this Aatrox, and you have Korra on this Ahri, who also, when it comes to side laning time, it's going to be really hard for Orianna to answer either of these ones, and Bear's just going to have to flip and choose which one he wants, because he's going to want to build, you know, probably armor if he's facing up against the Aatrox, or magic resist against the Ahri. So Dorado's going to be able to, you know, answer that by choosing which lane these solo laners go to in response to where Bear is, and get the favorable matchup for themselves.
It is really, the ball really is in Dorado Gaming's court here, 18.5 minutes in, setting up quick bets, 2k gold, and 2 dragons as well, with the third coming up here on the ocean map. Could put them on soul point, especially with the herald dropped now. Dragon is live, charge comes through, tower claimed. And there we go, straight over to the dragon. I'm assuming at this point, Bear does have teleport available at the very least over there in the top lane. If they try to contest it, might be a little bit ill-advised at this point. Full Metal is in a world of trouble currently. Trouble Killer now landing the Q2 onto Full Metal. The Shockwave does CC Trouble Killer, but there's just not any damage on Full Metal right now. Trouble Killer not taking, I mean, he took some damage there, but it doesn't look like it after the healing.
Yeah, and because he got that chains down on to Full Metal, once he was pulled back from the Shockwave, Full Metal was also pulled back, so there was really no distance created by Full Metal, so Trouble Killer was able to stay on top, just pops the World Ender for the movement speed and picks up the kill, but Bear is just Bear slapping this turret up in the top lane. He's probably gonna get this one here for himself, too.
Yep, we'll go down there. We'll use the ultimate. Trouble Killer now doesn't have the World in there. We saw it used just a few seconds ago, and yeah, won't be able to do that. So it is at least the 2-2 top tower for the side of High Alert as a consolation prize. It's a pretty decent consolation prize at that, but soul point for Dorado Gaming, I think, is definitely a higher value at this point, especially because we use as a point of pressure when High Alert at this point just wants this game to go as slowly as possible.
Yeah, and I mean, their on-soul point now is Dorado, so they're gonna look to focus that when it gets back on to Summoner's Rift. But they've broken every outer turret here for themselves, and Troublekiller is playing really good on this Aatrox, knowing exactly where to be at the right time. Yeah, he did lose both of the top lane turrets to Bear, and now Bear's gonna be in the bot lane. He doesn't know Cora's there waiting for him to walk up.
Doesn't. And still doesn't have a lot of taking this right now. It's going for a second AP item. Walk Warlock is here as well, and that just means Bear is almost certainly dead. At best, Bear might be able to trade back Walk Warlock, but it's not even going to be close. Bear going to be killed for a fourth time this game. Oh wait, it's not over just yet. Ryu's trying to find a way in, but just doesn't have enough damage around him. Will stay alive a little bit longer. Going for it again. Will find Tortuga though with the healing and the shielding. Keep him alive a little bit longer. But now Cora in the mid lane. Cora's finally here, and that means the damage has arrived for the side of Dorado Gaming. And no matter what success they had in that little exchange earlier, it won't really matter. Versia trying to stay alive a little bit longer does get taken down in the end by Troublekiller. And it's once again more success for Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, and I think Full Metal, lived on like 1 HP there because he got the Sayer Shield when Cora went all in on him. But man, Dorado really playing like a different team here in the second game. It kind of feels like they, we're like, hey, this is where we went wrong. Let's just fix that. And they did exactly that. Everybody is popping off in this game. Tortuga did end up going down there. I thought they were going to get the kill on Ryu, but a big amount of healing once he went back in was able to keep himself alive, and he got the big burst onto Tortuga. So, I mean, that's the only good thing that happened in that play for High Alert. Otherwise, it was a catastrophe. Dorado Gaming playing like a whole new team here right now.
Yeah, it really is these solo laners, even in game 1 and game 2, their performances. We mentioned this in the draft of game 1 of how it will be very much a solo lane focus from these two teams, and we saw in game 1 both Bear and Full Metal went off there, and now once again neither of them. I mean, Full Metal does have an assist. Now it's not 2 0-4-0 solo laners for High Alert, but that's not much to really boast about when you see Troublekiller 7-0-2 on that Aatrox.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a solo lane show right now for Dorado. Both Core and Troublekiller actually just popping off in this game. And speaking of that, Troublekiller just finds the solo bolo in the bot lane on Bear. 8-0-2 now. Bear going down to 0-5 on this Volibear. I said Cosmic Drive is the bow special. Maybe that's what he's trying to do.
Oh, but the Shockwave will find its way onto Cora, who's taken dangerously low. Warlock gets the first kill onto Full Metal, and while it's a valiant effort from Ryu and High Alert to try to find anything left in this game, they do fairly well to try to find the fight, but it's just... It's too little too late at this point for High Alert.
Yeah, and I mean, Troublekiller the whole time is just pushing in that bot wave, picks up an inner turret here for himself, and Cora got out of that play because they had the Spire Rush, was able to just get the max amount of dashes away to cover space away from Ryu, and he just didn't have that sticking power once he already did dash in on top of her. So, I mean, really well played by Dorado, really quick to respond to that one was Walk Warlock and the rest of the squad there to help out their mid laner. But I mean, this game is, like I keep just saying, it looking so much better for Dorado. Everybody's in the right place at the right time, all making the correct plays as a team on the map. And I feel like it's been, started with Cora in the mid lane, and then Sunrise has been a big part of this, being everywhere on the map for his team. And then Troublekiller just became a menace up in this top wave. They're giving up on the Otacon here because it looks like they want to secure themselves Ocean Dragon Soul here that comes onto the Rift in 15 seconds, not wanting to give over that dragon, and potentially a stalling way back into the game for High Alert.
Yeah, Ocean Soul, I'd say basically ends the game. It doesn't literally end the game, but it basically ends the game here, because I mean the one advantage that hold on, we gotta find a way. Sunrise will a nice little stop in the action there, but Sunrise will come through. Does get shut down by Ryu to start this out. Troublekiller in the back now will try to stay into the way onto Root Shot. Korra is there as well. Korra gets the kill onto the Seraphine, and now High Alert is split up completely, which is the exact situation that Dorado want. They do not want this High Alert team to be together at all, and with the gold under their belt, with the amount of damage they have available and ideal fighting conditions, it's another kill going over to Korra, and once again, another dominant showing in the fight from Dorado Gaming here in Game 2.
Yeah, you go 4 for 1, and the only person to die is your support. I think you'll take that as the side of Dorado. You're going to pick up Ocean Soul here. You take open another turret in the mid lane. It looks like they're pushing on to this mid lane inhibitor now at the same exact time. And Bear is going to try to respond with Rucha. It's going to go down to the minion aggro, but nothing else going to come for High Alert there. It looks like Dorado should be looking to just take their reset and then play for this Otacon. I mean, Cora's going to be in the bot lane. She's got TP, going to be able to TP in for any fight that happens, while Trouble Killer is going to want to stay with the team since he does not have that available to him anymore.
Yeah, and going back to the solo laners, this one, Bear going for the Rift Maker. I don't know. It seems, I mean, I guess at this point it might not matter too much what Bear builds, but I don't know how much that is necessarily going to help this Volibear, especially now. It's it might be a minor point here now, considering that Dorado Gaming do have a over 7k gold lead over High Alert, but I don't know, you know, bad to worse, I guess.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's like too little too late for the side of High Alert in this game, similar to how we felt with Dorado in game number 1. It's going to take them playing, once again, they're going to have to play every fight out perfectly if they want to come back into this game, but it can be really difficult with how strong these Dorado solo laners are. They can just easily 100-0 somebody in just a few seconds, and that's not what you want on the side of High Alert. You wanted to draft this Xin Zhao who can stay alive with the help of the Seraphine, but it just hasn't come to fruition in this game, and especially into an Ocean Soul, it's going to be even harder to do that. Like, they're positioning around this Baron right now, looking to bait somebody in and get a pick that way, as Korra is just going to be in the bot lane with Bear, looking to TP in or even cancel his TP whenever they try to look for something like that.
Yeah, Bear almost certainly can't use a teleport over this situation, not without running a long distance first. And even then, Korra also has a TP for herself as well, so certainly not she can do. Trouble Kill going to go forward. That's going to be a massive shockwave. Will it be massive enough? There's just not nearly enough damage. Again, it played about as good as you could from a High Alert, but there's just too much damage, too much gold on the side of Dorado Gaming. Trouble Killer going to pick up yet another kill, going to push it into the base. There's no point of even trying to find the objectives at this point. That's going to be virtually even going to use the barrier there to keep themselves alive as much as they can, but it's over. Game 2 has been just about perfect from Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to push us to a game number 3 here, as they're going to get the Nexus taken down here. And I mean, that was just a masterclass from level 1 by Korra in the mid lane, and then Trouble Killer following it up in the top lane. It was the two solo laners, the story of this game for the side of Dorado, playing almost picture perfect. I'm pretty sure Trouble Killer didn't go down once in this game. And yeah, 10-0-7, Korra only going down once.
36k damage.
A combined 20-1 out of their solo laners is an insane stat line for the side of Dorado. Really bouncing back after it seemed like such a rough game in that game number 1, as High Alert played really well in that one. Dorado just answering with a great game of their own.
Yeah, I don't really think there's much else that can be said about this game. The performance from Dorado speaks for itself. So when we come back, we will bring you the Game 3 draft here at the Blue Water Premier League. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very shortly.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for our final game between High Alert and Dorado Gaming. Winner takes all, as in the series tonight. It's not a playoff match or anything, but once again, we're going to have High Alert here on the blue side, Dorado Gaming on the red side. And the first ban I want to talk about is this Aurelia that High Alert has chosen to the ban, because Cora has played it before.
Yep.
And they did lose on it. But when they played the Aurelia, they had 20 kills in that game. It was literally the solo queue Aurelia of nightmares, and High Alert just not wanting to play against that after how well they played on that Ari in our last game.
Yeah, Cora is certainly one of the two highlight performance in game two. Trouble Killer also really going off on the Aatrox there. But I mean, Aatrox is definitely a very comfort pick for Trouble Killer. And speaking of Trouble Killer, so is like Aatrox's Conte is like the 1-2 punch of Trouble Killer. And without those two available, I think it'd be interesting to see. Oh, Mordekaiser maybe. That would be fun.
That's for Walk Warlock. That is
That's
Mordekaiser
true.
I'm calling it right now. And I think the Trouble Killer play Renekton top this game. That's my hunch. That's my hunch. I'm not gonna lock it in, but I with my left kidney that this is a Mordekaiser jungle for Walk Warlock after he pulled it out last week. So
yeah.
Hey, we might not get a another unique champion here for Walk Warlock. It might be doubling up, but we're gonna get Tortuga on this Misfortune. Misfortune was really strong for a while, and then she has been knocked down a few pegs with a few of her nerfs. You know, reducing her just base armor was kind of the big reason why she isn't as prevalent as she used to be. But she still is a super strong AD carry, especially in that laning phase in the early levels where she puts out so much damage and can really just run away with a laning phase and, you know, be that bridge to a later game carry if that is what something Dorado is looking for here.
Yeah, and you never really underestimate. Well, I guess you never really could underestimate Misfortune. But one way you can nullify a bullet time is by walking up as Braum and pressing E.
Yes, very, very true. I mean, we're going to get the Freljordian synergy here with the Sejuani and Braum. Both of them really pair well together. It feels like all the Freljord champions out of like every region work the best for some reason. And it's because everyone just has a slow. Doesn't matter who you are or what you do, you got to slow.
Slows
and stuns. That's what they get.
Slows are, in my opinion, secretly like the
best CC in the game.
Yeah. Maybe not the best.
Look at Nasus Wither.
Yeah, Nasus Wither, but not necessarily the best CC in the game, because
the most annoying.
The most annoying, and also a lot of slows have like a sustained period of CC. Because while I would argue, oh well, I mean, stuns, they can't do anything and whatnot. I think the sustained amount of like effect that slows typically tend to have in comparison to other forms of CC is what's so devastating about them. And when you just have, when you said with the Freljord champions all having slows in some way, the fact that the whole enemy team, they can move, but can they really move?
Yeah, very true. But another really good combo besides the Freljord champs on High Alert is the Sejuani with the Yone, having a melee carry with Sejuani with that passive on her E to get that stun across is always really helpful and really good. But we see a Smolder also was locked in here for Cora in the mid lane into this Yone matchup, looking to be that late game. Like I said, you need like a scaling champion if you're going to play Misfortune because of how quickly she can fall off of the game post like 23-24 minutes, and that's where Smolder comes alive. So it's a really good 1-2 punch that Dorado has drafted with that. And I did mention that I said Trouble Killer is going to play the Renekton. Apparently High Alert is watching the stream or something, because they banned that away immediately once we got into that second phase here. But it looks like we're getting a Rakan hover here for the side of Dorado. So people think Braum counters Rakan. It's kind of a weird skill matchup in like the weirdest way possible, because Rakan can get out of like whenever he does go in with that grand entrance, he can always battle dance out. So it's not really like that hard counter that a lot of people think Braum can be, or Rakan doesn't also really counter Braum either. It's kind of like a 50-50 matchup, despite people thinking it is Rakan favorite. I'm fine with playing the Braum into that matchup. A Jhin Hover and lock in here. That is interesting. So they're really looking
Yeah.
to have Verja on another facilitating champion similar to the Ashe that he was on in game number 1, looking for that long range artillery, getting those deadly flourishes from long away, and then the curtain calls to follow up. Really hoping that, this Yone for probably full metal, I would have to assume, is going to be the carry, but that's an Aurora locked in too. So this Yone and Aurora can go into either lane. I'm not sure who's going to be getting which one here between Bear and Full Metal. But now we're going to see the R5 here out of Dorado, and I'm really curious to see what they're going to choose here to round out their comp. I'm assuming it's going to be a top laner for Trouble Killer, but not knowing what he's going to go up to can really make it hard to decide on what you're going to play here. I do think they need another semi frontliner. I don't think Poppy would be a bad pick here. I think it pairs really well into the Aurora and even into the Yone, but it's going to be a Trundle. Is this okay? Now I don't know if this is a Mordekaiser jungle or a Trundle jungle. Because Trundle does really well into Sejuani, because when she goes in with the Q and gets the Aftershock, if you just ult her, when the Aftershock falls off of Sejuani, she basically has negative resistances and is just a pin cushion for whatever is hitting her. So we got a lot of flex picks going on here, and Dorado Gaming not wanted to be excluded from the Frelordian slow gameplay that we have. You get the Trundle Pillar, has that little bit of slow, can be really hard on these immobile carries like Jhin. If you get a pillar behind him, he basically has to flash away or he's dead. So I do think the Trundle can be good at times. I just don't know how it's going to do in this game with what High Alert has drafted.
I also, for Trundle going into, furthermore, for Trundle going into the jungle, I think Mordekaiser is fine into either Aurora or Yone. Definitely more so than Trundle is.
Yeah.
And so it is. I would be surprised to see that Mordekaiser going anywhere other than top lane. I mean, as fun as the Mordekaiser jungle was, as crazy it was to see, and how successful it did do in that match, in that game last week. I would very much suspect that Trouble Killer would be getting some Mordekaiser, and also definitely feels like a very much a Trouble Killer sort of champion, even if he hasn't played too much of it. It's still in that vein of that theme of champion that he plays.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is that bruiser style that he does like to play. But with the flex picks that we have, there's only one way to find them, and that is after we get through the spectator delay and onto the Rift. When we come back from the break, we're going to see who wins this series out in game number 3 between Dorado Gaming and High Alert. Stick around. We got some action on the other side of this break.
We still here, or
we're still here right now. Wow, that was great. Get baited, chat. Classic bait play by your caster here.
Yeah, that's what you call a subversion of expectations. We're actually staying around on the screen a little bit longer.
Yeah, anyway, that was awesome, man. That was so great. But regardless, let's like narrow in on this draft a little bit more. I'm really curious to see Korra on this Smolder. It's not similar to the style that you played last game on the Ari. It's much more akin to the Azir, going to be really trying to scale up and be that later team fight carry. And I do think it pairs really well with what was drafted for Dorado. It's just going to really be on her positioning and staying safe from the Between Worlds, from the Aurora, and also the Fate Sealed from the Yone, and even the Sejuani ult. It's really going to be tough for Korra in this if they are outpositioned, but you do have some people who can try to absorb that engage, but it's not really your ideal target. It's not like a super tank. It's going to it's going to have to be like Mordekaiser, Trundle, or Rakan taking these huge engages, which can be really rough on the side of Dorado for not having like a super true tank like High Alert does have in the Sejuani.
Yeah, there's not a lot of help sustaining this smolder for Korra. I don't doubt that Korra does have the versatility to play like a really large champion Ocean. We've seen an obvious example, the 20 killer rallies you mentioned earlier. She clearly has the capability of playing a variety of champions. It's not my concern. My main concern is how does this Smolder live? Or even then, how does the Smolder get in range to really do much damage when you have Aurora and Yone to walk into? And even if you do get close enough, you have Sejuani and Jin's going to be stunning you from, well, Jin 50 miles away, Sejuani not necessarily so much, but still, it's tricky. It's tricky, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really also curious to see how the laning phase goes in this game, because Dorado doesn't have like the super strong solo laners that they did last game with Ari and Aatrox. Smolder very much not the strong laner that the Ari is, and it could be rough into the strong laners that High Alert have this time. They have the Yone, they have the Aurora, who are super strong skirmishing early game champions. So it's going to be really hard for them to contest these early grubs unless like core positions picture perfectly, or they move both Tortuga and Sunrai up for them. So I would expect them to prioritize the first dragon over the first grubs and look to fight the second grubs once core does have that level 6 spike and has the mom to deal that extra bonus damage that you do need in some of these team fights.
Yeah, it's I mean, if there is a team that knows how to play patiently, is familiar with games going on forever, we see it every single time we go to a break. Dorado Gaming, average game time, over 40 minutes. So, if there is there, I do have that element of trust with that. They do have the capacity to do that. Though I think the previous point I had still stands, even if it does go long, even if this Smolder can get to a point where it does go off and do a lot of damage, equally, it's Smolder's just so easy to kill with the composition that a High Alert has. I think both their ranged carries are in this instance. Maybe try sending it to a break again.
I mean, I did send a message to our producer, and I haven't gotten word back from them yet. But also, I think also Tortuga in this early game is really going to have to kind of play similar to how he did in game number 1 on that Varus. He started that game 2-0 and then kind of fell off in the later game. And with how strong this Fortune is in the early game, you're kind of going to be that bridge character for the rest of your comp, because it feels like if this Dorado team does kind of get behind in the early game, it can be really rough because you still have to wait for that. Even the Mordekaiser to come online in a way, he kind of needs like that one item, and Korra needs about 2 and the 225 stacks that everybody knows Smolder for. So it feels like if Dorado does get behind in the early game with what High Alert has, it could be really, really hard for the side of Dorado, and we might see like another one-sided game that we have seen between both of these teams throughout this series. I'm hoping that we get a really competitive game here, but I'm not sure if we are going to be, able to get that. It's definitely going to be interesting when we are looking at it.
Yeah. Stall for time.
We can take some questions from chat. No,
questions from chat. I mean, we can always talk about the importance, if you see on the camera, of these guys.
We can also
of these little
the minions.
Guys.
They are
yeah.
super important.
Our arms. I showed these to RMC once, and he was a huge fan for obvious reasons.
We need a lot of minions to get items in this game. Support life, we don't know what a minion is. We're just here to execute them for you guys, but that's about it. But another thing we can talk about is the standing implications from this game alone.
True. Yes.
Dorado is in our 6th seed right now, while High Alert is 7th. I'm not exactly sure if that's the correct standing. Dorado might be 5th, but regardless, these two teams are basically competing for that last playoff spot, and High Alert's kind of playing for their Premier League life. It kind of feels like if they lose, it's going to be really hard for them to get that last playoff spot, while Dorado is kind of sitting in the middle of the pack, really trying to push past now Conduit, who did lose earlier in the day, into that 4th spot and kind of secure themselves for the playoffs. But High Alert, they've been playing well. It looks like some of the changes that they made have been working really well for them, but it kind of just the importance of this game is just that playoff spot. You're playing for the sixth spot. It's the top six who make it to playoffs. High Alert, trying to stay involved in that conversation, kind of getting that like dark horse Cinderella story and make that run past the teams like Dorado, past Conduit, past Elysium, while Dorado is trying to push into that upper echelon and maybe compete with the likes of Omega Gaming and Team Solo Invade.
I think for a High Alert, it's basically do or die. I mathematically, I don't think they're out of it if they lose today, but it's certainly no longer in their hands. Being 1-4, even if they have, as I said earlier, they have done a really good job of keeping the series close. The fact that despite only having one series win, they still have 4 game wins under their belt. It it only goes so far in those tiebreakers if you can win those series, and you go down to 1-4. There's only 2 more weeks after this. 3-4, like I said, it might be enough to get the final 6 spot if they win out after it, but it's unlikely, and it's not only is it a high pressure must win situation, it's not even completely in their hands. So.
Yeah, from what I heard from Billy in Audit Talk on Saturday, it's kind of like if you have 4 losses, you're kind of locked out of that playoff spot just because of the point system. It becomes really hard to get it. But because High Alert has never gone down 2-0, they always ended up getting a win in their games. They might be able to, even with that 4 losses, have the points to make that playoff push still. But I'm trying to see if our producer is back here yet. Hopefully, we're able to get to a break or into a game.
A game, yeah. I wonder what is going on that front. Yeah, anyway, for more time, got these guys. I love these guys. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, another thing we could talk about, signups for the other leagues that Blue Otter
Oh yeah,
is
those are coming up
running.
soon.
They are, I believe they're live now. So if you're trying to sign up for, for the Platinum League, Emerald, Diamond, Masters Plus, I believe all the signups are currently live. It's the first wave of deadlines are tonight. Start dates are pushing towards March 27th through the 24th for all the leagues. Second wave of deadlines, they will be closed on March 9th. And then the final deadlines, the last chance to get your team in is on March 12th before we do our draw show on the 16th for all our pre-made leagues.
Any other information that might be good to have a little public service announcement? I'm grasping at straws here.
I could, here's what we could do. We can once again shout out our sponsor here, which is Pro Comps, our sponsor and a game-changing app for the league community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. With Pro Comps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and banner recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with friends, a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences. Coaches and analysts can even create personalized tier lists. Think of it as having a virtual coach and strategy toolkit all in one. The app has already over 280,000 downloads and thousands of daily users like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It's a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio.
Question: do you know if the Blue, because we're taking questions from chat, do you know if the Blue Water Master League includes Grandmaster, or?
I will actually go take a quick peek-see at that.
I don't know myself.
I don't remember what the cap is on that. Let me pull up the rules here. Eligibility. All right, so for the Blue Water Masters League, players must have peaked 600 LP or below in season 15-1, 14-3, and 14-2. players must have peaked 650 LP or below in 14.1 and peaked 700 LP below in seasons 13.1 and 13.2. And you have to have finished Diamond Plus at least last season to be eligible. And I've gotten a DM from one of the players. They are currently paused in game.
Okay.
Waiting for us. I'm really curious what is going on here. I'm gonna ping somebody else and hopefully be able to get this figured out here.
Yeah, because I don't know what. In other news, while Trunk Solo tries to find that, I named the blue minion Tim. I haven't given a name to the red minion yet.
Phil.
Tim
Frank,
and Phil.
I don't know. Who knows, man?
All right, those are great names. Tim and Phil, the caster minions. I'll get that. Great name.
Sorry for this delay here, guys, while we try to figure out what is exactly going on. Please bear with us. I do appreciate everybody still sticking around here and listening to me and Isaac blab about kind of nonsense right now, honestly.
Yeah, at this point, it's like the League of Legends might just go out the window while we wait. Look out for the Manchester season playoffs time. Question from Cupid Esports. A question for the counselor. What are the teams to look out for the remainder of the season playoffs time? I think Team Solo Invade is clearly.
I think it's Team Solo Invade and Team Omega, Omega Gaming. I believe they play each other next week. Omega would be also undefeated if it wasn't for week number 1 against Dorado, with the DC in game number 1 and then the work gank in game number 2, causing them to play 2 4v5s. They would both be 5-0. I do think those are our 2 teams to watch out for. If you're looking for like a dark horse team, I definitely think it is High Alert, who is playing for that last playoff spot right now. And I really do think like anyone could take it at the end of the day, depending on what form they're in. I do think our Premier League so far is super competitive. It's also really great to see that these organizations are giving the opportunity to players that we might not know and be able to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, High Alert, as you said, have definitely been ramping up. And it has been said multiple times that they keep these series close. Were they one of the teams that I know? Only 2 teams have taken games off of Team Solo Invade, and I know one.
High Alert did take 1 game, and
it was High Alert. Yes, in my notes, it was High Alert who did take a game off Team Solo Invade. Only one of 2 teams to do that. So it's a pretty high accomplishment. We might have some information incoming on what is going on here. Welcome in, Bully. Oh,
I'll be honest, I have no idea.
Oh.
We're all here trying to figure it out and figure out what's going on to be able to get you guys into this 3rd and final game here. Not really sure where to go from here. Keep talking about nonsense.
I know, because
Fearless.
We can't really go to break.
So far, I think Fearless has been really good for this. For just the
league in general. Yeah,
it really makes players like expand the champion pool, and I think it's looked great for the most part in professional play, despite some teams not really having an idea of how to draft later in the series in like games 4 and 5.
Well, that's why it's fun.
It's fun, but the issue with pro players is like they don't really expand their champion pool for the most part. Like
issue. That's what I say.
No, exactly. No. Here's the thing, right? Pro players do know how to play a lot of these champions, but the big thing is that there's champions. Like, let's say a player has a couple of champions in their kit that there's no answer that the other team can make. So instead of the other team having the ability to adapt because that champion's gone from the pool now, they can just be like, okay, yes, that champion's gonna be very difficult to play against, fakers, whatever, but that's only 1 game, and they don't deal with it. But for example, game 2, they might be, if they have to play against again, they might have to like ban it and open up other things in the draft. So there's people who absolutely dislike Fearless in pro play, and the majority of people who like Fearless in pro play are the viewers actually, because it doesn't make a dry meta.
And I can finally say I like Azir without getting funny looks. Because Azir quirky metas, I mean, it is kind of annoying seeing them a lot, but I would say Azir's a fun champion and not be told, hey, what the hell is wrong with you? After being excited for Azir for the 50th game in a row. But, I don't know. That's just me personally.
So I have an update for all of us. They have been playing the game so far. I'm not sure if we're gonna just jump in when we get our producer back into the game, or if we should have them remake. That's a bully question here.
Okay, if he's in the game, we could just start from the beginning. That's fine.
Yeah, the spectator tool does allow for that.
Yeah, so you could just go back all the way to the beginning and then watch from there. But I'm not sure why he's a AFK.
Yeah, I really don't know. This is a first for me.
This is an interesting time here in the Blue Otter Premier League. Honestly,
It's just
first
constant content.
Yeah,
you get to this. This is reminds me of a play called Wait for Godot. I don't know if you are how familiar you to. This is getting into this Isaac's play talk now. You know what? I mean, like plays in theater talk. Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett is certainly one of the plays of all time. It is 2 acts. First act is 2 men sitting around doing nothing uncomfortably for about an hour and a half. Act 2 is 2 men sitting around for about an hour and a half uncomfortably. And then the play just ends. It is... I want to see it live at some point just to see it done, because I have tried in like certain acting classes, tried to do scenes from it, and it's just never gone well. And it is still one of the, like, I guess not necessarily best plays, but influential plays of like the theater, of at least post World War II. And I want to see it done because what is this even about? And it reminds me of this situation because we're just 3 guys now with Bully. Well, I mean, you do see in Waiting for Godot. You also do have occasional entrances from like 1 or other 2 guys. So this is the occasional entrance of Bully. So this Godot-esque scenery.
This is a podcast now. Another thing we could shout out is go ahead and download King of Avalon on mobile now. It helps support the Blue Otter League as a whole and the stream in itself. Definitely a great way to help support the Blue Otter community. If you do love it here and you do want to see it thriving and growing, great way to support it. Download King of Avalon on mobile.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get him. I wonder if he fell asleep in the middle.
I really hope not. That'd be bad. Time zones are a hell of a drug, and can be.
I'm lucky enough to be living on the West Coast, so it's only 5:45 for me, and not getting late.
It's almost 9 p.m. here.
Yeah. So, crewman, what is the point that doesn't go into awkward, right? Yeah, that is basically the point, but it's also very hard to have people sitting around awkwardly for 3 hours be.
Oh, I can do that easy.
It's easy. It's easy to do. I'm not saying it isn't easy to do, but it's not exactly the most entertaining thing ever, right? Right. I mean, and also you have to consider that it's a bit different between like a podcast environment where the expectation, because it's you go to a theater, you pay at least these days upwards of like hundreds of dollars to watch 2 guys be somewhat awkward for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
2-3 hours, which that's why I want to see it done, because I get why that's like might be the appeal, but what would make it fun? But I don't know. But yeah, this situation we've run into reminds me of Waiting for Godot. What does this situation remind you of, Trunks Olmo? What is pick apart? By association, like wildly? What is this?
It's like waiting in line at like Disney or something, where you just stand around for hours, just go on one ride that lasts like 20 seconds, or to meet like one character and they just say they're like practiced lines and everything.
What if I send us to a quick 3-minute ad?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That would give me some time to at least refill my water.
Yeah. All right, chat. We're gonna send you all to a 3-minute ad. If you don't want to see the ad and you want to keep staring at us, give us that Twitch Prime, and you can ignore that.
Yeah,
Just
subscribe.
watch-
And you can watch Chair's stream while you can see my fabled garden chair setup.
Oh, dude, I'm also in a garden chair.
Oh, let's go! I have this. I'm not going to be able to hear you because I have to take off my headphones. It's wired to show it off. It's just a plain green garden chair. It's.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not really a fan, but it's literally falling apart, and that's the ultimate gamer setup. No, don't let those gaming chair advertisements or whatever trick you. A broken garden chair is the way to go for gaming.
I also have cheated a little bit, and I'm currently spectating one of the players, so I can tell us where everybody is currently positioned. It's the Aurora top lane, the Yone mid lane, and fun fact for Dorado Gaming, it is Mordekaiser jungle and Trundle top.
I mean, I saw that coming.
I saw that coming, but it was a hunch. It was a hunch.
Waka was a original top laner.
I know.
So this is like a comfort pick. But let's let this to a break, and hopefully I can get a hold of our producer.
Yeah. Okay, 3 minutes. I'm going to refill my water and try to speedrun bathroom. So.
Go ahead and.
Actually, not speedrun bathroom. There's not enough time for that. But.
Now you got the Trunks solo show. But yeah, definitely an interesting situation. I want to once again thank everybody for bearing with us through this one, not trying to make a pun on the high alert top laner name here. But
So
Shield. Yes.
Oh, yep. You there? Oh. All right.
make sure you guys turn on your cams back on, and we're probably
Yeah, I'm moving over
Yeah,
to it.
I'm gonna reopen the link.
Audio sources. There we go. That's perfect.
And welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody. We're going to be a little bit into this game at this point. We're going to be about 14 minutes in. Dorado Gaming up 4 kills to 3. I'm not sure exactly where the feats are exactly, but we do have our answer for who is where in these roles. As I mentioned before, it is the Trundle top, Mordekaiser jungle, Aurora top,
Oh, wait,
Yone mid.
come right into the middle of a gank, and with the Rucha's Unbreakable already getting used, Glacier going to be dropped as well, which will keep... Oh no, the pullback from Walk Warlock does come down, followed up by the bullet time, does have the damage. Actually, I thought for sure Verja and Rucha were out of that one, but well played on the back end of that by Dorado Gaming to pick up the 5th kill of the game.
Yeah, definitely really well played by them. So far, they're doing so good in this game. They're already up 2 early dragons. They did lose 5 grubs to 1, but overall they're up on gold. And the big thing is, Korra is up 3 kills in this mid lane matchup over
on the
Full Metal
Smolder
on this
too.
Yone.
That's crazy.
Yeah, something I was not expecting to see. I mean, Bear is kind of strong on this Aurora. He's 2-0 right now. He's sitting on that Malignance already, but also first turret went over to the side of Dorado. I'm pretty sure they should have the feats of strength because I see Bear already has an upgraded set of boots and does not have the option to, upgrade them once further. So I'm going to be assuming here that the feats of strength is in Dorado's back pocket for this game number 3.
Likely. Yeah, they did have the first tower kills likely their way. And wait, hold on. Bear picks up a kill in the top lane on this Aurora. So again, even though it is Dorado Gaming favored, they are up 1,500 gold. And, the Smolder 3 kills is unexpected. It's not doomed. It's not doomed by any means for higher. The pullback from Walk Warlock going just slightly short there.
Yeah, and something that is interesting to me is that Ryu on the Sejuani went for a Heartsteel first item. I haven't seen Sejuani in a long time. Not exactly sure what the build is. I assume Heartsteel would be good, but I remember when Sejuani was prevalent a while ago, it was a lot of support items. It was like that Knight's Vow, Zeke's, and like stuff like that was prevalent when Sejuani was a super meta pick. But going for the Heartsteel and probably going to be going into a lot more tankier stats.
Yeah, I probably makes sense because when Sejuani was really meta, I did go those support items. The reason why she went those support items because she was more than tanky enough with them. And so ever since those nerfs came through, she isn't quite so much these days. So being able to have that extra survivability, not a bad shout from Ryu there. I don't know I don't know the numbers or how it works out specifically as to what's optimal, but I do get the thinking behind it.
Yeah, and I think Trouble Killer is going to have a really rough time in this game. Ever matching up into Bear, I think he would have a better time faring into Full Metal on this Yone. So I would expect once the side lane starts to be prevalent, that's going to happen. And I mean, Trouble Killer, if he is strong in this game, he would be able to take over a side lane on this Trundle. He has such good sieging power. The Q let him get that bonus damage onto turrets. And we're getting a pause now Man, what a great game number 3 we got so far.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
You can't rate it any better. You can't rate the script any better here.
In the wise words of one bootlegger, well, you just knew that was going to happen. And so we go to a pause. Do that.
Yeah, not exactly sure what this pause is for, but I mean, looking at the scale of the game so far and where everything lies, you are really happy as Dorado right now that Core is sitting 3-0 on this smolder already at 17 minutes in this game. That means come the later game, it's going to be really hard to ever, perform in a team fight if Core is just free firing, especially with the good CC, not great, but good CC options that Dorado does have. Core can really take over a team fight and be that big factor for, Dorado Gaming winning this game, similar to how she was on that Ari, going to be looking to be the carry for Dorado Gaming in this game 3 and help push them up in the standings.
Yeah, and if you get 3 early kills on Smolder is it's not necessarily game, set, and match, but and to use the tennis analogy, Cora and I guess Dorado Gaming are sending High Alert into a scramble while being able to control the point at the baseline, I suppose. And in this really drawn out analogy, as we sit around a little bit longer, unfortunately, the scoreboard didn't quite come up for us to get a greater overview of the game as we come back. Hi, hello again. If you weren't tired of our faces after that, we are back again. So we are returned. Oh, hey, it's Frozen Bullet is here in the chat. What is that? I just didn't see. You can't point multiple pauses. Playing out together. Oh, ooh.
But I'm curious who did initiate. Yeah, I'm a little curious who did initiate this pause. I know, just getting DMs from a player in the game earlier, Dorado Gaming did have that first pause. They were paused for about seven minutes. We can see just from the pause timer before they did start up the game. So if it is a Dorado Gaming pause, technically they only have 3 minutes left to unpause the game. But if it has High Alert, they do have the full 10 minutes. But I think finally, while we're waiting for this game to unpause and get us back in, I think we should send it to a quick break and give you and me a little bit of a break here as we were yapping for quite a minute because of some issues on the other end of this. So I'm going to send us to a quick break here as we get ready for the game to start back up from this pause. I lied to everybody. I have lied to everybody once again. The game has started.
Well, that was a very quick break. I hope you got some snacks with that one. You had so much time there to grab everything you need there to come back ready and prepared for the rest of this game 3. But as we get this one back underway, we take a quick overview. Maybe we get the scoreboard up real soon. Might be ideal. It was a little bit hard to do without it. There we go. Swap Warlock has somewhat started to fall a little bit behind there in the on the farm, very least, may not be, which might prevent how am I trying to say this? The gold lead for Dorado Gaming being a little bit higher than it would be than just actually 2k gold. Never mind, but they are on the peril now to try to break on the map just that bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, I still think Bear is going to be a problem in this game just for the side of Dorado with the draft that they have. They're very immobile. Really only Sunrai and Korra on these champions being able to actually have a way to escape. So if Bear can find a really good flank in these team fights and get a huge ultimate off, it can be really destructive for the side of Dorado. So Bear sitting at 3-0 on this Aurora is really good sign for the side of High Alert. And like I said before, Korra already at 2 items here on the Smolder, sitting at 3-1.
Really Bear is pretty much completely surrounded here. The rest of his team is down by that Drake, so we'll be able to hop away down there on the wait, hold on. Full Metal gets wait, what? Full Metal gets a kill on the Trouble Killer. I mean, I guess there were 3 members of the side of High Alert there in the bottom lane. So Dorado Gaming, even though they do get a trade of towers, it is the extra kill and the gold going on the side of High Alert.
Yeah, and I mean, Trouble Killer now, I think he has fallen down to 0-3 on this Trundle, who we did both think we thought it was a potential jungle pick, but Trouble Killer piloting in the top lane, having a little bit of a rough time. Can be hard to escape a gank as Trundle when you do get 3-manned like that. He decided to save the ghost. I think it was on cooldown, so really not able to use that to help him escape. But, I mean, Cora picked up a turret in the top lane. The mid lane turret is rather low right now, so it could be the next point of focus here for Dorado, especially since they do have that Rift Herald in their back pocket and, you know, look to break open the map with getting that mid-tier outer one down.
Yeah, you get a if you get the full first range, that first full range of towers, you claim them all. It definitely opens up the map a bit more. How's I trying to say it? If you get every tier 1, the map opens up that much more, especially with the Rift Herald getting dropped down here. You have to say that mid tier 1 for High Alert it's not long for this world. There goes the Mordekaiser. It goes down now, but this ensuing fight might not be great. Warlock going to be stunned up there multiple times, but here comes the rest of Dorado Gaming, sending High Alert very low. Cora picking up yet another kill, and Berja also going down to the hands of Cora. Triple kill on the Smolder, sitting on 6 kills. Apparently, we do have some trouble on the back end here for whatever reason. We're not going to be allowed to zoom out or see the scoreboard at this point. Just league spectators.
Yeah, oh, no, we do get the scoreboard, and
we get the scoreboard.
Cora gets another kill on the Bear, a solo kill here, and I think a big thing that we saw in that team fight is that at 20 minutes in the game, Cora is already at 225 stacks, is already at the execute threshold on this Smolder, so super accelerated into this game. Now sitting at 7-1. I think it's going to be really hard for High Alert to be able to stop this little dragon to do what he wants to do. He killed the strongest member on the side of High Alert, shut down Bear. Cora putting more gold into her pocket, and in the meantime we also saw that Trouble Killer did get a solo kill onto Full Metal, so he's no slouch either. You know, they tried to gank him multiple times and it seemed like it wasn't effective. He's still very strong on this Trundle, so Dorado Gaming in a good spot. They pick up the Otacon for themselves and are going to be looking to continue to push the advantage that they have in this game, up about 5k gold right now.
Yeah, setting up 5k gold, have the Otacon buff in their hands, have every tier 1 turret down, as well as the mid tier 2, allowing them to push even further and further into that High Alert territory and just choke them out even more and allow this 5k gold lead to become very quickly 6-7k, I would imagine, in the coming moments.
Yeah, and I'm just really curious to see how High Alert looks to play this out. Normally when you are behind like this, you have to start overloading side lanes and look for cross map plays, like knowing what you can give up and making the play on that. So like maybe if Cora is too far pushed up on the Smolder, you send 4 people up there and get that huge shutdown onto the Smolder, but it could also cost you a lot in the long run because Trouble Killer on this Trundle can just melt turrets if he ever gets the chance to touch them, despite only having 1 grub. Now, Sunrise in a little bit of trouble. He does have the Otacon withdraw if he does go down.
I think Sunrise should be fine. We'll just use the Grand Entrance as an exit. Or aptly describing that move from Sunrise, but he's fine, and we'll just continue to slow this down a little bit more, and honestly, I don't think Dorado Gaming minds slowing this one down. There's no objectives available to take, and we have the Infernal Drake coming up in just 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah, this game is just going to be a lot rougher now for High Alert as well, because we just saw Cora on our screen has a Guardian Angel purchased as a 3rd item, going for that defensive option. So even if Dorado wants to try to focus them down, they're going to have to do it twice, and that could be really rough with how strong the Smolder is.
Oh, Mom's going to be called down. It's a bit of an odd camera on this fight, since it's not quite perfect. Cora will get the kill on to Bucha to start this one out, and it is High Alert in full retreat. They are really struggling at this point. They can't get close at all to Cora, who's full health, having already gotten that first kill. Cora going forward with that E, flapping in. Bear not quite finding any damage on the back end. Cora with that fancy feat, really not getting hit by anything, and just continuing to put down even more and more damage, first forcing Berja completely all the way back to play on the flash forward from Warlock. Will get the kill on Berja and even stagger out these respawn timers even more, so it stays a 4v5 for yet another 35 seconds. And it's 2 inhibitors down for high alert. Dorado Gaming won't quite be able to end it just here, but with Drake coming up, they're going to look for Soul Point.
Yeah, and I really do like how Cora is playing the Smolder, despite you know, I really do like how Cora is playing the Smolder, playing aggressive. Knowing that they do have the Guardian Angel to be able to get that second life and just trying to get as much damage as they can out. And we saw it worked out well. Version did go down, Warlock flashing and getting that Q slammed down onto him, getting that kill for themselves. So Cora, she's playing phenomenal on the Smolder after how good that Ahri game was out of her in that first one. And gonna get their recall canceled here, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Not gonna matter too much. That we get it. Never mind. I can see why it was pulled away, because Full Metal had to snap back on the E there, and the bullet time coming through. Not going to do a lot of damage, but Bear will go between worlds and won't find much for it, and instead is sent to the gray screen in very short order after being sent to the Death Realm. Really, you know, funny thing is that Between Worlds also seems like a very apt name for a Mordecai to roll. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Death Realm was so good by Warlock because he was able to get it as soon as Bear popped the Between Worlds, was not able to use it as a tool to escape over the Dragon Wall like he was looking for. Because he casted it first, he instantly didn't have access to it because you get pulled into the Death Realm. You can't do anything involved with anything outside of it. So really nicely played by Warlock and the rest of the squad there, as Cora is pushing in that bot lane, linking up with the Tortuga now, looking to crack open the space even more from the side of High Alert. I mean, it's looking rougher and rougher as the minutes go by. You got Soul Point, and it's a Infernal Soul for a Smolder and Misfortune comp that can be so hard to deal with, the amount of harass that comes out of these two champions when they are sieging, and just the bonus damage that Cora gets on the whole kit just to be able to get those executes a lot faster.
Yeah, just more damage is always nice, and here we go in to try to find a way for a High Alert, but that's going to be trouble kill, taking down Ryu. Full Metal also going to be coming down in short order. There's the pretty much clean ace, 4 for 1 currently. Full Metal in full retreat with full health bars on the side of Dorado Gaming. Cora not quite going to get ticked down, but it won't really matter. Full Metal will get the kill on Sunrise in the tower aggro, so it might slow this down a little bit longer. Full Metal on full health. Cora does have the actual Guardian Angel this time, so even
I think this is it. I think this is game here.
It almost certainly has to be. It's going to have to take an absolute miracle from Full Metal. Get snapped back. Nexus is down to half health. There's the ace. Another kill going over to Cora, and a very, really extremely good performance from Cora in Game 3 to pull Dorado Gaming over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Cora, we loaded into the game about 13 minutes in. It was already sitting at 3-1, and I don't think we saw Cora see a gray screen the rest of that game after that point. I mean, what a phenomenal Smolder performance out of her, and really facilitated by the rest of Dorado, letting her play up that aggressively. Look at that Smolder damage.
42,500 damage in a relatively short game is nuts.
Yeah, and especially in that mid lane matchup, I thought Yone was going to have the early advantage, but when we loaded in, it was a 0-3 Full Metal and a 3-1 Smolder on Kior's back. And I mean, if I have to, from what we saw, my MVP for this game and probably the entire series is going to be Ahri on the two performances that we saw out of her on the Ahri and the Smolder. And her 0-1, it wasn't terrible. She got such a high amount of gold in that first game, but High Alert was just on point in that first game. And now with that win for Dorado Gaming, it's going to make it really tough for High Alert to make that push for playoffs, now sitting at a 1-4 game record. But like we were saying before, every time they lose, they always manage to pick up a win. So maybe they'll be able to find a way to sneak in on the point system that we do run here at Blue Water League.
Yeah, they're going to certainly need things to go their way elsewhere to I should say if you didn't consider this a must-win situation for a high alert, they are very much in a must-win situation now to even remotely have a chance. But as you did say, luckily they have done really well in their series to take a game off of every single team they've played, and so including Team Solo Invade. So they have. If 3 and 4 is enough to make playoffs, they will be the 6th seed at the very least. In that case, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're going to be competing with Elysium for that last spot. If I had to make my assumptions, just looking at the teams and getting to cast all of them, except for except for Team Solo Invade. I haven't gotten to cast them yet. Very sad about that one, but we'll be able to do that soon enough. But I did want to thank you, Isaac, for coming on and helping us out here today with Ferris not being around. I did want to thank our producer, Shivam. Even with the technical issues that we did have, we're still able to stick around and help us get into this last game. And I want to thank everybody who was watching, sticking with us through those delays and, issues that we had to get us into game number 3. I've been Chung Somo, Isaac with my co-cast, and we'll see you next week on Saturday for week 6 of the Blue Otter Premier League.